Hello, everybody. Hi,
Hi.
Mark. Hi, Toby. Hi, Lincoln. Hi, Ellie. Fantasy Getters. Hi. Hi, Anton. Hi, Spider Mom. Who else is in the comments? Drop a hello, and I can give you a shout out back. Those of you who don't know, this is Finn.
Hi.
Runs Level Up Reptiles. Who is sponsoring the 2,000 subscriber giveaway. You've seen the artwork, which is absolutely mind blowing. And now you're going to see some of the tanks, which are also absolutely mind blowing. I don't know if you want to start off and just let everybody know what level up reptiles is, what you're about on there. We'll go from there.
Yeah, sure. So I started Level Up Reptiles about 7 years ago. So I started making these little things. So basically, it's just a bunch of like ledges and feeding ledges and stuff that are magnetic. Really, because at the time I can't remember there being anybody making any, and they kind of just went from there, really. I'm tattooist normally, so the artwork's kind of just second to that as well. That's about it, really. So basically,
What surprised me with the magnetic ledges was how strong they are.
yeah, they're pretty. It's taken a while to find magnets that are that strong. I mean, the ones that I was using probably a couple of years back were nowhere near as strong. And again, the coating and stuff, it's taken me a long time to find something that's like completely weatherproof in that respect, but also like reptile friendly. So, you know, they're not just painted in acrylic paint, which some of the handmade ones are, but and also now with Brexit, trying to get things from like Pangaea and places like that, they just cost a fortune. So, you know, they're amazing. They're really good products. But
I was well impressed with the ones that you sent across. I'm absolutely gutted that they're all going to be leaving the place for this giveaway, but you know,
yeah,
might have to buy some in the future when we go into the leopard geckos. Before we take on the morning geckos. Hi, Scott's Animal Adventures. Hi, Richard. Hi, Stacey. Hi, GJA geckos and inverts. But you're a tattooist as well, aren't you, Finn? You were saying.
That's my day job. But obviously, I've not been working since December now. So yeah, I've been off quite a lot the last year. So I've really been pushing this, to be honest, because I've not been doing anything else. So it's given me some time because I'm normally tattooing like 50, 60 hours a week. So it's been good to kind of do more.
Is your phone on a tripod?
No. Why?
Can you turn it that way? That way.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
So my fat thumbs mess with everything. So no, there we go.
Nothing wrong with a bit of fatness. It just means we can eat more. So where in the country are you based as well?
Oh, I'm down in Cornwall.
Or what area?
So right down the bottom in Redruth. So best of both worlds. Time off and beaches.
Yes, I absolutely love Newquay.
Yeah, well, we're like half hour from there, but we've got a guest house as well. So we get quite a lot of people sort of come down and stay and end up with like reptile room tours or coming and picking stuff up and dropping stuff off. So hopefully there's like a group of us with like dart frogs and stuff that are hoping to meet up when lockdown's over, so we can have a bit of a get together down here, which will be nice.
I think we should just do a mass invasion of Redruth and go and
Why
see
not? Why not? We got like 8 rooms. Yeah.
We'll bring tents. We'll bring tents. It's all right. There's a beach.
I've got that garden, and we've got 2 camper vans, so you know we can.
That would be absolutely awesome. Awesome.
Yeah,
so your main thing is the dart frogs, or is there anything else, or is it what's the main?
So dart frogs only really started keeping about 3 years ago, 3-4 years ago. My main thing's actually been geckos for about the last 12 years. So my first ever reptile was bearded dragon, as it is with most people. And then I moved on to leopard geckos. I had a few of them. Those were like my first thing I ever bred. And then since then, it's mainly been like cresties, gargoyles, chihuahuas, leeches. Like that's sort of my main passion, I guess, really. And then like day geckos and darts have been, and well, yeah, and I've got red-eyed tree frogs and milk frogs and mossy frogs. I've got lots of different things. So yeah, frogs and geckos basically.
Are you breeding the red-eye tree frogs?
Yeah, I am actually. I've got some tadpoles literally to the right of me here. I had probably about 50, I had about 50 earlier this year. I've got maybe like 2 or 3 of those left that were like slow growers. But I've got my rain chamber. I'm just in the middle of setting back up to put them back in again. So I'm just waiting for like a week of crap weather. And I tend to find that if it's really bad weather and I put them in within a couple of nights, there's eggs. But
Wow.
they've been one of the hardest things that I've bred, that's for sure.
Let me know when they're ready. I might buy 1 or 2.
Yeah. Yeah, you and the long
Yeah,
list of about 30 other people that I've got waiting for them.
yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
We've got northern leopard frogs here. We don't know what the species is
Yeah.
because they're just that vast. I really need somebody sort of that's a bit of an expert in that area. We've got the southern toad. We've got firebellies. We've got burrowing frogs as well. They're cool as fuck, burrowing frogs.
They're really cool. Yeah, I've not pet them, but friends have, and they're pretty awesome.
Then we've got the firebelly salamander as well, which is the salamandra.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. I've not pet salamanders. Those just, as I said, literally darts and tree frogs has been the step into it all really. But I've got more arriving hopefully in the next couple of weeks as well. I've got some more frogs arriving.
I think Ben Rhodes says, "Don't let out all our secrets, Finn." He says you've got some leech eyes for sale currently.
No, he wishes. No, no, Ben, bloody typical. He's here to cause trouble, I'm pretty sure.
Have you got reptiles as well as the amphibians?
Yeah, literally just geckos. So I've got what have I got? I've got William's eye geckos, Cephalodienas, Clamorai, peacocks, Zanzibar, and a black line gecko, I think, kicking about here somewhere. And then I've got Chihuahua, a couple of gargoyle geckos. I did have some leeches, but mainly gargoyles and chihuahuas. I've got quite a few babies, like just behind me here on my rack of lots of little things that have hatched in the last few weeks.
Absolutely awesome.
So yeah,
can we have a look in the tanks, Viv?
Yeah, of course. Let me just try and turn this camera around before all you see is my chin, which is, you know, really attractive. Right, that's the back end of the room, so that's a bit shit. All right, cool. So what do you want to see? Geckos, frogs? Like, what do you want to see?
Ooh, what's right in front of you, Finn? Start there.
Cool. So this actually hasn't got that much stuff in it at the moment, but I've just been moving stuff around. So if I can try and, here we go. Actually, there's one of the little guys out at the moment. So that's a citronella dart frog. So that's a male. So he's in there on his own at the moment. He's like a spare guy that I've got. What else have I got? My pair of them should be in here somewhere. Ah, there we go. There's the real fat girl up there at the top. She should be due to lay some eggs anytime soon now. She's absolutely massive.
Wow. Those enclosures are absolutely beautiful.
Oh, cheers. They're taking a bit of growing in. This is one of my favourite tanks. But I very much doubt you'll see the pums that are in here because they're absolutely tiny. And I see them maybe like 2-3 times a week max. I can't see them in there. What else have I got? Oh, that's got nothing in it yet. That is waiting for the Terribilis that I've got arriving hopefully in the next couple of weeks. I don't know where these other guys are. Ah, he's here.
Wow.
So
Your enclosures, I seriously need to up my game.
so that's a Brazilian yellowhead.
Wow,
He's pretty cool. I got some babies as well that were off. Unfortunately, I've lost the female of that pair, but I think that may have been lost by the guys looking after my tanks whilst I was away, because they have a habit of just jumping out. Oh, here we go, mossy frog.
Oh wow, beautiful. Is that the mossy pied, is it?
No, this one's just these are just the standard Vietnamese mossy frogs.
Oh my word.
So I only got those a couple of weeks ago, actually. I did a swap with a guy. He had some tree frogs off me. But yeah, they're pretty cool.
My missus wants some ones.
Oh, there's a guy down here I know who's got some sale. So I doubt I'm going to see anything in this tank. They're little swines. I've got some Vitatus in here, but I never ever see them ever.
Fynn, these the frog. I mean, don't get me wrong. The frogs are absolutely stunning, but your enclosures are absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, these all growing in.
I have severe tank envy going on.
This one's my other favourite. Again, it's just once the plants all become real established. Like, I absolutely love like Margravia and like Ficus. Has loads of. They're just taking age to sort of take, I guess, eventually. I apologise for the state of these tanks as well, because they kind of haven't been put together, and I haven't actually got a rain system installed at the moment because I've just bought a load of new nozzles, but they're all in pieces and I haven't got the time to put them together at the moment. So and me being 2 foot tall, I don't know what's in these guys. What have we got in here? Should be some bumblebees in here somewhere. They're probably hidden in the back, like they always are. So sorry, there's not really much in the way of animals to look at, but some plants.
Fynn, don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah, there's nothing I can really show you. There might be some Mantella in there, but again, never really see them until I don't want to see them, and then they normally launch themselves out the tank at me. What have I got in here? Oh, you can see there's a Williamsi up there, just at the back, and there's an Aratus, an Azura's blue down there. There he is. There we go. Just make him out of the back there. And he's gone. So yeah, I think that's like the extent of it, really. But these are the backgrounds that in situ. So these are the ones that you can just like buy the panels, and then you can be real lazy and just like silicon them in.
That's awesome. What's in there?
There are some Sepediana day geckos.
That is gorgeous.
Very much doubt you will see them. They tend to spend their entire lives hidden or sunbathing, but it's probably because I've just been up there disrupting them. And there should be a little citronella in the bottom as well. I've kind of just got the odd dart frog in the bottom of these at the moment because I didn't really have anywhere else to put them. There is one launching around in there. I can hear it, but I can't see it.
Fynn,
I might be able to show you them. These ones really. Here we go. Can you see him? Oh. Can you see him on there?
Oh yeah.
They're like my favourite day geckos. I absolutely love them. They're the most beautiful colours. When he moves around, he's got the most amazing stripes on his back.
Are they fast?
Very. Yeah, I've spent many an evening catching these little buggers when they've gotten loose in the viv room. Like I used to have all these tanks in my bedroom, and I think most things have probably spent some time running around in my room.
Oh, my word.
There's
Everybody in the comments, Finn, is literally in love with your setups.
Oh, I've just lost you on this page now. My phone's being shit. Oh, what have we done? There we are. There's a red eye back there.
Oh, now I'm jealous.
For everybody that thinks they're the most amazing frog in the world, that is about as entertaining as they get. They're basically a green blob on the side of the tank. There's some more in there somewhere. Oh, there's one at the back. But yeah, so that's about as exciting as my cat could get, I think, really. So they're all my planted ones. And then what else have I got? I've got a lot of geckos and stuff that I keep in rubs at the moment, because all this here, I'm in the process of building new tanks for it. So these guys are kind of in temporary enclosures at the moment. These I can show you baby red eyes, which are in here. So again, little sticky blobs.
Oh my god.
And that's like the tiniest member of the house.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're real tiny.
They are.
Yeah, when they're that size, they're pretty much just all green with a tiny flash of orange. And then when they get to this size, which, I mean, I've got tiny hands anyway, but, you know, they are half the size of my thumb. They're just about starting to get all the blue markings and stuff down the sides of them now. So,
wow.
Yeah, they're pretty thick. They're definitely some of my favourite frogs. But as I said, you don't really get to see them much until they're until it's kind of evening time. What else have I got? Got some baby geckos. These are little chihuahuas. It's just there.
Oh.
Here's a little dink. These are definitely some of my favourite geckos.
They are gorgeous.
Little budders in that. So yeah, these are all my plastic tubs and stuff as well. They've all got the ledges on. I've got my adults and stuff in these at the moment. Now, you can meet the dad of those babies.
Oh, he's stunning.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, beautiful colours. So, oh, and mum's here as well. Yeah, they've got the most amazing eyes.
Well, Lizzie says you do some really nice setups. She's got 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, do you know what? It's basically setups for lazy people, rather than having to do all the all the expanding foam and waiting hours for that to dry and all the rest of it. They're, I guess, just nice and easy ways of pimping your viv out without having to do all the laborious stuff, I guess, really. But yeah, especially
I can't stand that the expanding foam.
No, I can't either.
The reason,
That's why I don't use it.
the reason I hate it is because everybody can do it and everybody can set it up apart from me. I just make a complete mess of expanding foam. I've tried a couple of times and it's just like, I look at it and I think, it just looks like an alien's gone for a crap in the tank. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what is that?
Yeah. And you've got to spend a long time like carving it back. And the thing I really hated was the smell of all the silicone and stuff as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? So no, I mean it's the bio ones that I've got. So like the ones that are in my tank, they're this.
Let me just put you back on the solo so people can see better.
So these are the bioactive ones that I've started doing recently. So basically that's already got moss, cocoa earth and everything already on it. So they're still essentially the same lightweight magnetic ledge, or non-magnetic. So there is a cheaper option if you just want to kind of stick them in your tank. But basically the idea is your plants like ficus and climbers and that kind of thing will then attach themselves to this coating. So this is essentially the same as doing a like expanding foam background, just you haven't got to faff around doing the expanding foam part. So these are obviously the ledges. Oh, actually, I've got a background here that I've been working on for somebody this week.
I was about to say, you do custom backgrounds as well, don't you?
Yeah, so this is one I've done. This is one to go in a 45 by 60 tank, and here there is space to put a plant in there as well. So you can basically stuff it with moss, and then you can put things like bromeliads or like Hoya, pothos, anything like that will grow, without the need for soil. You can just kind of stick that in your background, which is what I've done in that tank there. So I do the backgrounds and the side panels, so you can kind of, rather than spending hours and days of your life gluing and sticking and getting covered head to foot in expanding foam, you can just kind of stick them straight in, and within 24 hours, once the silicone's cured, and they're pretty good.
Those ledges and those backgrounds are absolutely awesome. Laura told me, says that they have a couple of your ledges.
Yeah.
We've got a couple here, and like I just said in the comments, I was surprised how strong they actually are.
Yeah, they'll happily hold. I mean, I've got them in with my adult Chihuahua, and they're 50-60 grams each. So as long as you've not got things that will sort of throw themselves at it, obviously that's adding more sort of downwards force. They will comfortably hold some of the bigger ones, particularly like the 3-point magnet ones. Those will hold leeches or small snakes quite comfortably. Or I've got the option that you can have them without the magnets, and then you can just glue them in yourself, so you can put them on wooden vids then. Or if you have got things like snakes and stuff, I can make them bigger. So I do all the custom work as well, and platforms and things, because we're just doing one for my daughter's partner has just got a bearded dragon, so we're redoing a whole viv for a beardie at the moment.
But then all the profits from Level Up Reptiles, you don't take it all, do you?
Say again, sorry.
I said all the profits that are made from Level Up Reptiles, it doesn't all go in your pocket, does it?
No, the artwork at the moment. So my artwork is actually on fynnillustrates.com. I'll put a link and stuff up for that later if you want. So the artwork that obviously you had, I don't think I've got that on my Level Up page at the moment, but what I've done is during lockdown, so my local zoos are Newquay Zoo and Paynton Zoo, and what I'm doing is I am donating 50% of all the sales of my artwork to the zoos to go towards their upkeep of their animals, because obviously during lockdown their food bills have been sky high, and there's not been anybody going there to help fund the zoos and keep them open.
See, we absolutely love this one. This is gorgeous.
Yeah, I've got them in A4, A3, And then the frogs, so most of those are all in sets of 4. So they come as like sets of postcard size as well. But I need to really get on it and sort my website out. But it's not just reptiles either. I've got things like giraffes and elephants and koala bears, lots of different things.
What's the website?
Fynn Illustrates, so FYNN illustrates.com.
Could one of the moderators just pop over and whack a link to that in the comments?
I think that's the website anyway.
And then if anybody's got any questions for Fynn, I've got a ton if nobody has.
Oh dear. I only came here for show and tell. I've been back at school.
What would you say with what would you say is a beginner tree frog?
Oh, tree frogs. Probably milk frogs, to be honest. Or something like a white tree frog. It all depends. I mean, the care levels for most tree frogs is fairly simple. Most tree frogs that you could get in a pet shop anyway are pretty easy to look after. It's just a case of getting the humidity and stuff right in the right size tank. Like, they do need quite a bit of space, bowls of water, that kind of thing. But yeah, they're not difficult to keep. Same as anything, you do enough research, and is anything really beginner? Yeah.
It's always bioactive as well for the tree frogs, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I use I do use fake plants with my tree frogs, just because I use like the hanging plants, purely because my tank's not particularly established that they're in. But in truth, the tree frogs that I've got in here, I've got a big paludarium, like one of the big 90 tall tanks, which I'm just waiting to grow in, and then they'll be going into there, and that's fully bioactive, and there's loads of plants in there for them.
Happy Ant UK has just put Finn's Illustrates link up in the comments.
Hopefully it's working okay.
So if people want to just click on that, go save it and go check it out. Trust me, to see the artwork across a camera is one thing. To have it in front of you is an absolute another thing, I'm telling you. You think it looks good via the camera, wait till you get one of these
as well. So I can do custom portraits. So if you want one of your reptile, or even cats and dogs like that, on the website, there's lots of other animals and things as well. So that's kind of kept me going as well this last year, doing portraits, and cars. That's what I've been doing this week.
Yeah, you've got some awesome cars.
Thank you.
Fantasy Geckos, I think they must have joined in the last couple of minutes. They've just asked what tree frogs have you actually got?
So I've got the red eyes, and the only other like big frogs I've got besides dart frogs are the Vietnamese mossy frogs and some Amazonian milk frogs, but they're in my other room. So I will need to go through a horde of 7 dogs and teenagers and my other half. So you're stuck with this room this evening, I'm afraid. Sorry.
That's all right, no worries, don't worry. Could you talk us through like a basic setup for, let's say, a milk frog?
Because
the milk frogs seem to be quite common, seem to be readily available as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they are. Do you know what? They are quite a hardy frog. I mean, when they're really tiny. I mean, I bred mine about 12 months ago. The tadpoles are indestructible. I mean, I had that much frog spawn that in a way I was willing the tadpoles not to make it, because I had about 150. And wow. I had like big plastic rubs full of them. I had some that were heated, some that weren't, some that were fed like religiously, some that I just chucked food in, and they all grew up exactly the same. There was I couldn't distinguish whether them heated or not heated or anything, made a massive difference to them. So they were all really healthy frogs. But yeah, as far as actually having them, bioactive setups, I try to keep everything of mine on, at least cleanup crew. Just really helps with keeping the humidity up and kind of keeping it as natural as possible, really. Like I said, with tree frogs, it doesn't all have to be like real plants. You can have some of the hanging plants that are fake and vines and that sort of thing. With the milk frogs, they really like a big bowl of water in the bottom. Come the evening, they kind of look like little old men sat in a sauna. They're all there with the sort of arms up on the side of blocks. So terra bowls, they look really cute. The downside is they are incredibly noisy, particularly the males. You wouldn't want them in your bedroom. I can vouch for that. I did for about 6 months, and they are loud, really, really loud. Not as loud as the red eyes when they're breeding. I can hear them 4 rooms away from where I sleep. They crack and crackle. Yeah, if you put them in a rain chamber, they make god awful noise. They're so loud. But I love them.
Exotic. Have you seen the melanistic red-eyed tree frogs?
Yes, yep, and the albinos as well. They're not something I currently have. I know people that have got them, and I don't know whether I don't know. I like the idea of them, but to be honest, I'm kind of happy with what I've got. And the tank I've got, until the ones I've got pop their clogs, I'm kind of maxed out on space for them. So I'm happy with the green ones. They're just iconic frogs, aren't they? Whenever anybody says tree frog, you just go, everybody thinks red eye, and they're kind of the iconic frog, aren't they, really?
Fynn, we're never maxed out on space, are we? We always find room. If something comes along, we always find that room for another exoterra or another box or another enclosure.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got 12 more frogs coming in a couple of weeks. So yeah, there's always room. And a gecko. Yeah, and a gecko.
What would you say if you've got? Let's say if I've got your background, I've got the bioactive soil in there.
Yeah.
I've got the leaf litter on the top. What's the next step?
What
cleanup crew?
Cleanup crew.
What cleanup crew would you suggest? Is there any wood lice that you can't put in?
So with dart frogs, I don't tend to put big isopods in with mine. I generally just stick with the small, small tropical ones or springtails. So obviously they will get eaten eventually. Dart frogs will scoff most things. But with my geckos, I have zebras, dairy cows, oranges, natives. I've just got a whole box full of random things that I breed. I just bought boxes here and there and chuck them in and hope for the best. And they breed really easy, to be honest. Nothing. A bit of mushroom and some rice doesn't feed them, and they're pretty happy. So random.
Mushroom seems to smash it with isopods, I think.
Yeah, they love it.
Mushrooms. I mean, my dairy cows, Porcelio labius, and they dairy cows. They were doing well. Put some mushrooms in, and they literally were just like rabbits.
Yeah, I'll tell you what do work really well. You know the dried mushroom ledges you can buy.
Yeah.
So I've actually got some of those that I put in my springtail cultures. They don't necessarily eat them, but because they've got all the tiny little bits in the mushroom, and it's quite like a sturdy thing, when it comes to me needing to get them out of the box, they all sit in all the tiny little channels in the mushroom, and I just tap them in so I can transfer them out of the box. And they seem to really like sort of living in the mushroom pieces. As I said, they don't really eat it, but it seems to be a really good way of transferring them across. Plus they eat all the gecko food and any stuff that's left in boxes. So it kind of saves me putting stuff in the bin then. Between them and cockroaches, they'll eat anything. So
cockroaches, my word, yeah, they literally do eat anything and everything.
Yeah.
I've literally chucked all sorts of mad stuff in with my cockroaches just to see. Gone back half an hour later and they're just munching it. It's like, okay,
yeah.
You like a bit of chicken?
Yeah, when I've because I do some taxidermy and stuff as well. So when I've had things that I've needed flesh off of bones and skulls and things, I've put those in with them, and they'll happily clean those off.
Fynn?
Yeah.
Have you got any taxidermy pieces in your room?
Not to hand. Give me a second. I might have got some skulls. Hang on.
Anybody think her the excuse me? Anybody think the ceiling is also absolutely amazing?
No, do you know what? Most of it's at my tattoo studio. I thought I'd got some stuff, but I haven't. It's not in my room. It's in my lounge. And again, dogs. So, yeah, I've got a cabinet just full of different skulls. Lots of different sort of native birds, foxes, rabbits, hares, badgers, all manner of weird and wonderful things. But I've not long been doing taxidermy, so I've only done a few like small mammals. So I've done things like rabbits, polecats. What else have I done? Haven't done any birds yet. They're meant to be quite difficult. But I've got some foxes in my freezer that I was donated, and
just casually got some foxes in the freezer.
Yeah, people always find that. Yeah, my freezer is just full of dead things. But they've either been things that were like people's cats or road. So
I've got a couple of dead spiders in mine. There's a dead centipede in there. One of the beetles is in there.
Do you know what? Yeah, I love setting them is really easy. Like doing spiders and that kind of thing, and moths and beetles. Like that's a really good, like fun thing to start doing. And it's quite simple to do actually. There's loads of really good YouTube videos, and that's kind of how I started out. And then my partner, she bought me a birthday present to go to London to go and stuff a guinea pig. That was what we did for my birthday 2 years ago.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, really. Yeah, it was really fun actually.
A couple of the beetles that I've got, I literally just left them to dry.
Yeah, you just
out in
them.
the kitchen.
Yeah,
and I was just like, it worked.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, same with the spiders. It's just keeping them in the freezer, like rehydrating them, and then you just pin the legs into the position you want them, let them dry out, and then they'll stay like that. Then they're quite a simple thing to do. You can practice with things like locusts to sort of begin with. If you've got like an adult locust and it's died, pop it in the freezer, and then you can practice by setting the wings and stuff.
Don't you cut the abdomen of the spider, scrape the guts out, and then refill it with cotton wool?
It depends on the size of the spider. Some of them you can do. I haven't really done anything like that, but like with the bigger mammals, I use, you know, like the stuff you use for the wood wool that you'd normally use. Is it like called Excelsior or something? You put in a fruit fly culture. You wrap that, and that's what's in most modern taxidermy now. That's the way I was taught anyway to do. And you make like the form either out of wood wool, or you can carve up polystyrene as well. So the same way that I carve up my ledges, I use the same foam and I can carve that, and then it's a mixture of that and wire and lots of other stuff.
So a little birdie told me that you did your own ceiling. Is it painted?
No, it's wallpapered. I've got the same on my kitchen as well. It's blue.
That is a nice thing. I mentioned it when you disappeared. I said that is a nice feeling.
It wasn't as difficult as we thought, but it definitely took 2 people and about 6 chairs that we had to balance across the room, and use a broom to hold it onto the ceiling. It was yeah, fun.
before doing the work that I do now, me and my friend set up a business, right? We're just doing like removals and stuff like that. And somebody says, "Oh, can you come and paint and decorate?" And my best mate was like, "Yeah, Scott can. Why?" And then he gave him a quote and everything, right? And I've turned up with him, and I said, "Like, did you ask what we're doing?" He went, "Yeah. They want the room wallpapering. They wanted this massive ceiling wallpapering." And my mate was like, "Yeah, you can do that, can't you, Scott?" I was like, "I've never done it in my life." I looked at it, I was like, I don't even know where to start, but I did it, and it looked banging in the end. But
it's a nightmare,
isn't it? The idea of putting wallpaper upside down on a wall is just like.
Well, the reason I did it was because I can't see. There's not a single wall in this room that's not covered in vibs. So I was just like, meh, the ceiling will do.
Fair play.
So I think there was nothing interesting floor wise, so I thought, fuck it, we'll do a cool ceiling instead.
Lincoln said you haven't got leopard geckos, have you?
Not anymore, no. God, I haven't had those for about 10 years, I think now. But no, they are lovely. I just don't have the space.
Would you say bye to Diane Fletcher says, would you say bye to Annabelle, which I think's her daughter? See you later, Annabelle.
Oh, bye.
But yeah, the kitchen in here, we just painted green, and we painted it before I started actually collecting so many inverts as well. So
yeah,
and it was actually the other half's choice of colour as well, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, so like I said, we've got the same wallpaper, but it's navy blue with leaves on in our kitchen. That was last lockdown's project to do the kitchen. So yeah, we've not long moved down here because we used to live up in the main house, because obviously I said we've got a guest house. So we used to live upstairs. It was shut for 2 years, so we had the whole thing as our family home. And then we've now moved and renovated the flats under the house, so we've knocked it into like one big property now. So we live down here, which means that, I mean, this used to be my mother-in-law's kitchen that I currently have as a big room. So last lockdown I just gutted it and started afresh. So it's a nice blank canvas to do whatever I wanted with, which was good.
Wow, you do a lot.
Yeah. Yes, it's been a busy year despite not working. So been a lot of DIY, and I've currently got my tattoo studio ripped to pieces. So I've got a floor to lay tomorrow.
How long have you been tattooing?
About seven years in July.
And then if anybody pops down to Red Roof, what tattooist are they looking for? What's the shop name?
Lunar Lines Tattoo Studio. So we are right by the train station.
Ooh.
And if anybody wants to come get tattooed, I have people that come stay. So we basically do tattoo holidays. If people want to come and get like a day's tattooing done, they can come stay with us for the night for free. So they kind of get that in a package with a day session of tattooing. So because like I only moved down here 3 years ago, so my customers, I was based in the Midlands before, so my customers from up there still travel down, which is quite nice. So they kind of come down for a weekend and hang out and tattoo them, and yeah, it's quite nice actually. It's good fun.
Whereabouts in the Midlands were you?
So I was in Evesham, just past Worcester.
Oh God, why are you still in Evesham? It's like what, 45 minutes from Coventry?
Yeah, you get sent to Coventry when you're bad, don't you? But no, my mum's still up in Evesham, so I do come visit fairly frequently when Corona's not a thing. But no,
Evesham's another beautiful part of the countryside, I think, as well.
It's all right. There's worse places to live.
Well, you probably because you've lived there, you've probably gone.
Yeah,
you know
yeah, it's okay. It's nice because it's kind of close to everywhere. That's one thing that actually I thought I'd miss down here, but I'd say there's more people in the southwest with reptiles, the kind that I'm sort of interested in now, than I found when I was living up there. And I lived in Wales for about 7 years as well, so I don't know. I've got to know people kind of all over, which has been nice. So yeah, and that's the thing I really like actually, like the whole sort of reptile community. I think because I don't just keep one thing, I've gotten to know a lot of people over the years.
Yeah.
Which is really nice. I mean, I'm hoping this year to go and do Donny, because I've never been. Like I went to, because Kidderminster. Did you ever go to that show when that was on? God, years ago. No, when I went to,
no. I've not been to a reptile show yet. We're going to Donington. We're going to BTS.
I will hopefully I'll see you. Yeah,
I don't know what other shows we're doing this year yet. But it just depends on like if it goes ahead and if it's safe enough to go. I mean, no matter even if I'm vaccinated, I'm still going to be wearing a mask to a show just in case.
Yeah,
you know,
I think we're going to be wearing masks for a long time yet.
I'll still be sticking it on just in case.
Oh, I think we're going to be wearing masks for a real long time yet. A hell of a long time.
Well, they reckon they can get everybody offered the vaccination. Well, it's not vaccination, but offered by the end of July. But then there's going to be other variants, there's going to be other stuff going around. So, yeah, I can see us wearing masks, you know, for 20 or 30 years to come yet.
Yeah, it'd be a fair while.
I mean, but literally since COVID, how many times have you had a cold? And we've had snow. I think I've had one cold.
Yeah, I think I've had one maybe. Yeah, that's about
Normally
it.
I've had loads.
Yeah,
I reckon that's wearing the masks.
Yeah, maybe. I've just not really seen anybody or done anything. I think that's more the point, isn't it? I think apart from weekly trip to Tesco, there's not really a lot to do.
Oh, don't get me started on Tesco. My God.
I've given up with
last month, the missus was like, "Oh, because it was payday." She was like, "Oh, can you get this? Can you get that? Here's a list. Blah blah blah. Can you get this from Tesco? That from Tesco?" Coventry, we've got a massive Tesco. So it turns up, and then they've stopped doing it now. But you walk down the outside of the building, you walk in, and then where the trolleys were, they've got you walking around them, you know, all socially distanced because the security guards and everything there. And then as soon as you walk into the shop, do what you want. I don't care. So I turned up. I got the baby's milk. I got the nappies. I got the baby wipes. And then there was that many people in there. I was just like, I can't cope. I'm off. I had to leave. And I come back. Said to the missus, there's just too many people in there at the moment. I can't do it. Just like it's so many
weird,
people running around. I kept thinking, one of you is going to have COVID. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, no, it's weird, and it depends like which supermarket you go to as well. Because I must admit, down here, the first lockdown, you could queue outside a supermarket for an hour. I think since the first lockdown, I've not had to queue anywhere. Yeah, I was talking to my mum who's in Evesham, and you still got a queue to go into a supermarket, which I find a bit mad. But I don't know. I mean, we were still level 1 right up until everything went on complete lockdown. We then went like level 1 to level 3 within a matter of minutes. And, you know, life wasn't particularly that different down here, I guess, compared to some of the restrictions that there were further up country.
I mean, the lockdown, when it was proper lockdown, I quite enjoyed it. It was all right. The roads were clean. Just before I forgot to mention it because the comments disappeared off the screen. It was Ben asked, when are you going to be doing the Level Up Reptiles face masks? And Laura said she would buy one.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I have actually got some on Redbubble, so we could get some. But Ben did the full one, perhaps, rather than just a mask. But yeah, I don't know.
That would look awesome as a face mask.
Just a gecko like crawling over your face. That'd be good. Or a bandana.
That would look awesome.
Do you know what? If I can get hold of some, I've got a sublimation printer, so I probably could do them. There was something else that I bought during my during lockdown, so I've got coasters and placemats and t-shirts and stuff that I will be doing soon with designs on.
Ooh.
So yeah.
What the artwork?
Yeah.
Oh, that will be interesting.
Yeah, I had started doing a lot of coasters, but like I said, my website is a bit all over the place at the moment. So it was kind of, it's just getting products on it really without charging a fortune each month on stuff. But yeah, all of those, I had a whole set of about 10 frogs.
These are just absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
I'm just going to keep showing these because people come in and they come out the stream. So Fynn is Level Up Reptiles, and this is on these on your fynnillustrates.com.
I think so. I can't remember. If they're not on there, I can put them on there this evening. They might even be on level up reptiles. They're actually there as products. I just don't know if I've reinstated them on the website or not. But I need to, don't I? Really. But I've got loads like ready to go. And as I said, they're either that size, or I've got big A3 ones as well, which look pretty cool, like a big poster print. So if I had wall space in here, they would be up in my reptile room, but I don't. So
Diana, maybe later. Not just yet though. Stacey says, Fynn, you're amazing.
Oh, thank you.
These are just absolutely gorgeous.
I like the rainbow boa one.
I like your take on them. Like literally, that's Finn's artwork. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's pretty much my tattoo style and stuff as well.
Yeah, your style. That's probably the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Lizzie Mills says a mask with a big spider going across your mouth would be brilliant.
I think I know what I'm doing this weekend.
I just imagine a mask, but that makes it look like you're not wearing a mask, so it's human colours, mouth slightly open, and then a black widow just crawling out. Yeah, that would be that would be my ideal. That would be my ideal mask to wear everywhere.
In which case, what we could do is photograph you. I can draw a spider coming out of your mouth, and then you can have that onto a mask. Actually, there's no reason why that can't be done. So, yeah, there you go.
Really?
Well, yeah, we'll make it happen.
That would be crazy. That would be unbelievable. I would literally wear it everywhere. Fantasy Geckos. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this properly, so please bear with me. What's your opinion on Chihuahua? Is it Chihuahua geckos?
Chihuahuas.
That's the one.
Chihuahua. Yeah, not little dogs. My opinion on them is I love them. They are great. They are.
Have you got them?
They are some of my favourite. Yeah, that's what I showed you earlier. That was my that was the big buggers that I showed you. Come on, you lot. Out you come. Here he is. She. Oop, there we go. There we go.
Oh, Fantasy Gecko says they've got one called Ned.
Yeah, these ones haven't actually got names. I probably should name them, but I haven't. But I've got some babies as well. So these guys had, yeah, these guys laid eggs. When would that have been? End of last year. So they've now all hatched.
Stacey says, "Can you make a gecko mask with the gecko?" But then it's got to say, "If you can read this, you're too close."
Is this what I now need to do? Is just go into making a mask? Maybe I should do them with a bioactive finish, and then you can grow some plants on them.
Ooh. Well, biodegradable masks would be a good thing, because I'm fed up of seeing them everywhere. Yeah. You see the blue ones literally just littered around Coventry, and you think, there's a bin. You've just walked past the bin.
That's where the fabric ones are a bit better, as in you can rewear them and at least like wash them. But I really struggle wearing the fabric ones. Like I do wear the blue ones, but I have to wear them for work. Like when we were allowed to tattoo, they were the only ones that we were meant to really be wearing, like the surgical ones and the face shield and gloves and aprons and pretty much a hazmat suit.
I wear the gloves, wear the mask, and then I'll give it the, mate, keep 2 meters away from me, otherwise I'm not fixing your machine. Pretty much as simple as that. That usually works.
Yeah. What's your day job?
Hydraulic engineer, which sounds more posh than it is. I basically change the hoses. So forklift trucks, diggers, quarry equipment, diesel bowsers, all that. If anything goes, I'll just go along and change the hose, make a new one, put it in. And then new installs as well. So I'll turn up on site and they'll say, I want to do this, I want to do that, and then have to work out the pressures and put the correct hoses in place, stuff like that. It's pretty cool actually. I like it. most days I come home covered in mud and hydraulic fluid.
Yeah.
But you know, I was always a messy kid, and now I'm a messy adult, so it makes no odds to me.
Yeah, mine's tattoo ink and a carbon paper monobrow pretty much every day. So purple monobrow and usually jeans full of ink. So yeah, or purple hands. That usually happens. You could not pick up carbon paper all day and you'd still get it's just the life of a tattooist, really, constantly covered in carbon paper.
Do you not like just sit there and go, tattoo, needle, nobody coming in, there's an empty space?
Well, this is what I've ended up
What should we
doing
do
during
today?
lockdown. I ended up tattooing my hand with the palm of my hand during lockdown. It's kind of fading a little bit. So I'm going to need to hit it again.
I was just
But
about to say, how many times have you gone over it to get it to stay so far?
I haven't. That's literally one. So it's a bit gnarly. And yeah.
I've got to have that removed.
Okay.
Because it looks nothing like a zombie face, but it was a zombie face. All the hair come right down here, right down to the nails on both sides. And then it's just faded off. A couple of tattooists have said, look, we don't think the ink's going to stay in you, so just going to have to get it removed off my fingers.
That's going to be fun.
It was all right. It weren't too bad, but all this here, that was black. It was all proper black. It's all faded off.
Yeah.
And all the
if
hair
it's faded, lasering shouldn't be too bad over it. I've had a couple sessions and it's fucking horrible. So have fun.
That hurt here.
Yeah.
I've got tattoos on the bottom of my back, and my legs and my arms, and that was the only bit where I've gone, oh shit, that works there. But and then I need this. I need that covering up pretty soon.
Wow. Come to Cornwall. Come get tattooed. Come play with frogs.
I think I'm gonna have to. The spider there is just like absolutely embarrassing. It was one of them. It was like a family member. It was a family member, and their black and white stuff's absolutely amazing. So I was like, "Can you do this spider?" They were like, "Yeah." Did it, and I was like, "The fuck have you done?"
Yeah.
Never again will I ever go to a back kitchen tattooist.
No, they're fun. The side helping
like, Some of his work, though, I mean, a lot of his work is like absolutely amazing. But then when it comes to obviously the colour and the spider, no. So I do need something sorting out. So we'll have to hook up Finn and sort that out.
Yep, for sure.
Laura says, near the nail bed by any chance? Have I missed another comment?
Oh, finger tattoos. No, finger tattoo. She's on about. It's all right. Look.
Uh oh. I think somebody's phone might have died. What an amazing person. We shall give it get a couple of minutes, see if he comes back. I'll drop him a quick message via the Facebook. I say, what's going on? Have you broke your phone? Hold on. I think, yep.
There we go. My internet's just dipped. Sorry, everybody. I've broken the internet.
I know. I nearly said to you before the stream, I normally disappear for about 5 minutes because my internet is.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Well, I'm not even on Wi-Fi at the moment. It's so shit. I'm on 4G, so you can blame Cornwall, and it's fantastic reception. But no, as I was saying before we got cut off, Laura's other half's a tattooist, so the getting covered in ink and really juicy places to get tattooed are usually, spot on.
Oh, Ben says, "Aha, don't worry, we'll carry on pissing him off on WhatsApp."
Yeah, I've seen the abuse. Yeah, can't open it on my phone at the same time, but I've just had little things pop up and little comments of Ben of like, how much can I fuck up this stream this evening? So he's behaving himself so far. You know, there's the running joke of the WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group. If we've ever got any new people join, usually within half an hour, they'll have left. Usually because Ben will have said something mildly inappropriate. So yeah, there's a few of us that stick around for the shits and giggles, you know.
I know. I have to remember Facebook's now literally snowflake heaven. I go to type something, I'm like, no, I can't put that because it'll just instantly get banned.
Yeah.
Question, Scott. What do you use to have more than one person on a stream? StreamYard, Toby. It's StreamYard, but I'll pay. I think it's £20 a month, so I can get rid of the branding and get my own up, and then put whatever pictures I want behind the back. I think Spider Mum pays for hers as well because it's worth the money, really. Michael Taylor, no, my coffees. Don't mention coffee. Oh. Layla, come here.
Coffee.
I've had a cup of tea, but I am feeling a bit from.
I've got some Lucozade. That's exciting.
Do you want to say a quick hello?
Goodbye. You told me to say hello, so I was like goodbye.
Is there anybody that's only just joined who missed? Hold on. Who missed Finn's frogs? Would like to see those, or the geckos again, or anything like that? Let us know in the comments. Ben is behaving. It's weird. Yeah. You have to behave in the comments just purely because hopefully coming up to being monetized. So I've got to be careful-ish. Maybe we should do a private stream with us lot at some point, so we can say what the fuck we want.
And after dark version.
Oh yeah, I've done it before. What? The only problem is my humour is a bit close to the bone, let's say. So I really have to think. That's why I sometimes stutter, because I'm like, no, I can't say that.
I think you need to join the WhatsApp group then, really, for frogs.
I'll have to be so. I mean, like the amount of times, like I said, I've gone to write something on Facebook and gone, no, I can't, no, can't put that. I'll literally get banned instantly. There's one of the groups I'm in, which is literally just hilarious Hillaries. We just put what we want in there, and I think we've just about got rid of all the snowflakes, and some of the stuff in there is just like, my God.
Yep.
You want a yogurt? What, a whole yogurt? Or just one spoonful?
Well, I ain't gonna have one spoonful because it would be wasted.
Yeah, you can.
Depends how big the pot is.
Just put a pound in the fridge.
I ain't got one.
What do you mean you ain't got a pound?
I ain't got one.
You
know what I'm like? I get money, I spend it.
She did. She managed to con £7 out of me and her mum the other day.
Well done.
I don't even know how.
Wow, what happened?
She got one of these 2p machines for Christmas, but it's all plastic.
Yeah.
So I was like, I thought, well, I've got about £1 in change. Put my hand in my pocket. I went, no, you can have that. And I was like, there's about £4. And her mum did the same. And then you ended up winning about 7, didn't you?
Me and Mum were playing it at first, and she said that whoever gets like the most, they get to spend it. And like whoever they win, they can spend it. And then she ended up saying that I could just have it all alone. So then I had a whole load to buy the next morning. So yeah, lovely.
She'll go far.
Kick.
She is. She's been told she's not allowed. What, you're not allowed?
What?
Until you're 35.
Oh, a boyfriend.
Not allowed a boyfriend until she's 35.
Just so you know, I'm not having kids. I've already seen what they're like.
Hey?
Just get a girlfriend instead. Much easier.
No, she's been told that as well, haven't you? You're not allowed a boyfriend or a girlfriend till you're
15.
No, not 15. 35.
Nah, my mum said 15. So you can't chat.
We just, I mean, to be fair, if you've got a boyfriend or girlfriend now, we just say, well, bring them round, and then we just take the piss out of us. To be fair.
Yeah, just like they do nowadays. You don't just take the piss out of me. You literally go do all sorts of crap.
Did you just swear?
No.
It's better you did. You just said the piss word.
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't.
We're live on the big screen.
I don't know what you're on about.
I've thought, oh wow.
I don't know what you're on about.
Hey, Urban Exotics. Urban says hi, Finn.
Hi.
If you see me doing this, it's because I'm old and I can't read the comments, and I should really go and get
some glasses.
I should really go and get my eyes checked. Yeah. Richard Danny says snowflake heaven. Yeah. Hello, going to work now, but still be listening. Oh, cheers, Moon over Miami. Lincoln, it says, ooh, in trouble. Mark the Spider Guy says, Tara's upstairs with our little one. How he's still alive today, I don't know. He has been an absolute nightmare.
One of those days.
From one job. Yeah, he's been to nursery, come back, and then just boom. It's literally like the torch paper and run for cover. He's only 2, but he could scream the street down. But you know, he's got a couple of different types of autism and ADHD. I don't know how they can diagnose all this at like 2, but they did.
Yeah, all the fun stuff.
Yeah, he's got all the fun stuff, which I don't mind one little bit.
Nope.
If we're out and about and he kicks off, if somebody gives him a dirty look, they will be getting an absolute gobble. Just purely to put them on the spot and to make them feel awkward. Do you know what I mean?
Just so you know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
If they can.
But, yeah, I mean, they a lot of people like put stigma around mental health and stuff like that. I've got all sorts going on. Little dude, they say, oh, he's got autism. He's fragile X autism. This, that, to other. For me, it's like, you know, he's called Leo. And that's what he is.
Labels mean nothing at all.
I hate labels, always have.
Yeah.
I mean, I was born in '79, so you know, growing up through the '90s was label heaven.
Yes,
literally, label after label after label in the '90s. From other people, from doctors, you'd get stereotyped instantly. My God, it weren't until I'd say 2000 where things started changing.
Yeah, but unfortunately, as much as it's changing, the funding in the NHS for any kind of mental health or anything slightly outside of and I say normal in sloth fingers, normal realms of healthcare, they still not great, is it?
Not the best.
No, because they can slap a label on it, but then there's nothing to back up the help and the support once you've got that label. So yeah, it's fun.
I suppose it must be. I mean, on the flip side, it's got to be difficult for a doctor because the whole purpose of a doctor is to go, you've got this, and this is how we solve it. And by making that statement, it is a label. But then you could be thinking, well, it's not just this, it must be this and it must be that. And maybe the research not been done to give the whole scenario a label. Do you know what I mean? That's the only point I've ever found it to be, for me anyway, mentally acceptable is from a doctor. Especially when you can, you know, research what they've said and understand it a bit further. But like I said, at the end of the day, going back to Leo's Leo, I'm Scott, and that's pretty much how it is.
Yeah, that's all you can do. And do you know what? As much as I think society kind of makes these bridges of they need to adapt. Actually, no, we need to adapt. We need to adapt and accept that not everybody functions in the same way. Not everybody has the same abilities to have social life and anything else. But just because one person goes about it one way and one person goes about it another, doesn't mean that one's right and one's wrong.
I think with society, if you look back in time, when everybody looked the same and did the same, we didn't really excel as a society. We didn't excel as the humans, if you like. Everything got a bit stagnant. But then when you start looking at the world differently, or creating things differently, the human race kind of evolves.
Yeah, people
by our
inventors and stuff
at the moment. I think the whole diversicism that we're kind of looking at the moment and now accepting is going to evolve us yet again.
Yeah, I think the people that are breaking out of the mold are the ones that are making particularly things creativity wise and sort of inventions and that kind of thing, or technology. There are so many things that if there wasn't somebody that saw the world slightly differently, they wouldn't exist. Those things wouldn't exist and wouldn't have been invented, or wouldn't have been said or seen or done. They make things more exciting, I guess.
That's right. There wouldn't be no Level Up Reptiles. There'd be no Scott's Inverts. Do you know what I mean? It's as simple as that. We'd all be sitting at home watching whatever the government wanted us to watch, which is usually bullshit news. I have a real issue with news programs.
Yeah, I must admit, I tend to choose not to watch them. I don't really watch TV, to be honest, unless it's on Netflix.
I have noticed a bit of a change myself, though, since the 90s. A lot of, I'd say a change in society. There's a lot more people my age and older that are now changing their views, because when I was a kid, their views were always very, very strict. You can't do this, but you can do that. You can't walk that way, but you can walk this way. And I've noticed, like, even the older generation and my generation are swaying on different topics now. Do you know what I mean? And accepting a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, like,
for me,
it has changed a lot, and I think that, again, there are a lot of people that have stood their ground, that have had to fight to allow them to be who they want to be. I mean, so like, I'm part of the LGBT community, and I've got friends of mine that are probably 20, 30 years older than me, and they had to go through sheer hell, go back 30 years ago and being gay, like, that was, in society's eyes, not right. And they had to hide, and they couldn't be out and proud. It's taken 30 years of fighting for me to be able to walk down the street being me, and to be accepted, and to not get the harassment, to not get beaten up, to not get arrested. There's a lot of changes that have happened over the last 30 years, and again, across the board, that's a very small part of it, but it's acceptance. And I think that there are, like you said, it's education, it's educating people, and it's people that are unaccepting towards things. It's through ignorance or through being scared. And I think if you can educate people to understand, their levels of being scared or weirded out or grossed out drop, and then they're more accepting towards people of, how they look, how they act, all of these different things. I mean, even just down to, like, fucking skin color, sexuality, all that is so much more accepted now.
The fact that there's still racism in 2021 for me is just like, what? Yeah. And this is not just like the older generation. I've seen it a lot with my generation.
Oh, God, yeah.
I've seen it with kids. I'm like,
yeah,
what the fuck?
Yeah,
I mean, Layla's mixed race. She's had a lot of hassle at school, and it's been sorted out over the last year. Like, what?
Yeah. Again, it's and a lot of that is older generations' views that have been passed down through families, through you know, being in that environment around people that have got those views. Because if if you've got a kid that's 5 years old that's lived in a box and has never been told that somebody of a different color is any different to anybody that's the same color as, you know, if you never knew your own reflection, you wouldn't know that you were any different to the next person. You know, in the dark, we're all the same color.
I mean, my issue when I was a kid was my stepdad. It was very much like, I mean, I'm very much straight. I had a bit of a period when I was a child where I didn't know where I was going to go. But my stepdad was always like, oh, you haven't got any girlfriends, you're gay. You've got to be gay.
Yeah.
It's okay, you know, if you like men. And then it was like, what? You really don't get it. So I think one, if I had a bit, I think he would have ripped me anyway.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Just absolute. But he is like, how is, you know, he's 72. But again, he is from the generation where, I mean, I remember all this. I remember the Don't Bend for a Friend t-shirts in the late 80s. I mean, I was like 9 or 10. And even at that age, I was thinking, this is not something I want to be a part of. And even at that young age, it was like people were saying, you know where HIV came from, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to mention it because I don't want to give it any credit. But no. You know what I'm talking about there. It was just like, I mean, even me at like 10, 11 years old, hearing that, going, what? How can you be serious?
Yeah. Again, I must admit that is something that I've been incredibly fortunate that I've not been subjected to a lot of the things that a lot of my friends have been subjected to throughout that. You know, I mean, I came out as transgender like 13 months ago, 14 months ago now. And, you know, the journey that I've been going through recently, I mean, I've been incredibly lucky. I've managed to do most of it during lockdown. So like, I kind of went into lockdown as one person, hit some hormones, got some surgery, and I've come out as me now. And like, even just doing this, like talking to you now, if I'd have rolled the clock back a year ago, that would not have happened, like at all. Hands down, there's no chance. Yeah, I mean,
exceptionally proud of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, the person I am now is worlds apart to where I was at a year ago. Massively so. It's made such a difference. But it's only through
14 months. Damn, you're doing absolutely amazing, Finn. I just wanted to let you know there's a load of positivity in the chat.
Thank you. So like, and I think, like I said about educating people, I have a lot of people ask me a lot of really, really awkward questions. I'm quite open with that. There's certain things I won't talk about, but generally, if I can educate people about, you know, trans issues and sort of the LGBT community, and if people can ask me questions that someone else in my shoes hasn't then got to answer, that isn't as confident as I am about talking about things, that's a really important thing for me. And also, like, people that maybe aren't as far down their path as I am now, there are so many people that I talk to online about things that are in families that aren't accepting. I mean, I've been incredibly fortunate. My family have been absolutely fantastic. They've been so supportive. Family and friends, you know, they've just basically just said, be you. And that's all I can really ask for, to be honest. And that's the same with anything, whether it's mental health, anything, you know, you just got to kind of fight through and do you, I guess, essentially.
Can you see the comments?
No. Where are they?
Mum says, happy for you, Finn. Stacey says, amen, well bloody said, Finn. And Ben says, don't worry, Laura, you can call me Jesus.
Fucking typical.
Laura just said Christ. So going back to all that then, Finn, who were you looking up to and who are you talking to obviously when you thought, right, this is this, I need to do this, and I need to change parts of my body, all the rest of it. Where were you looking for a kind of signpost?
To be honest with you, so the NHS could not let trans people down more right now.
I have heard that. I have heard that a lot,
so
to be honest.
Basically, if you were going to say start your transition, you've made the decision that you're in the wrong body, and either you want to start hormones, or you want surgery or therapy or anything. I mean, I've gone privately for everything. So I went and saw my doctor, and like you said, GPs, they're a general practitioner. I don't think my GP has met a trans person in the entire time that he has been a GP. He didn't have a fucking clue what he needed to do. So I kind of just said, like, can you just refer me to the gender clinic? The closest one to here is in Exeter. And the waiting list is 6 years currently.
Fuck!
So that would be 6 years to get seen by a doctor and get a gender dysphoria diagnosis. And then from there, you could start hormones, get surgery, and probably waiting another 2 to 3 years to be able to do that. So I went privately, which has probably set me back 12 grand so far. And that's just to start hormones and get top surgery. So yeah, that's been this year.
I mean, realistically, you're one of the lucky ones that can go privately.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, the thought of me spending any more time in the body that I had, with the voice that I had and everything else, you know, my mental health has been bad for, well, forever, pretty much. You know, living in the wrong body every day is not something that's kind of easy to put up with. So and I think that's where actually reptiles, and for me, art and that kind of thing has been very therapeutic in that sense. That's, yeah, I think that's probably why animals are more accepting than human beings. So yeah, I think that's partially.
I think everybody in the chat, Finn, I think have just literally just fell in love with you.
Oh, bless them.
I think you're absolutely amazing. One of the things, I mean, on Invert Pets Worldwide is a Facebook group I run. Got 1,600 members. And one of the things that I try and stop coming through, because it's one of the things in the hobby where people don't realise it's homophobic, is the aviculia jokes and the aviculia memes. And do you know when you've got, oh well, if you breed avics, then you wear leather, you go to one of those bars and all that kind of bullshit. And there's a series of memes that go along with that as well. So I've banned those off the group now. Having spoken to, I won't mention the person's name, but I'll just say a gay member of the community. And I said to them straight, I said, do you find this offensive? And they said yes. I went, right, it stops now then.
Yeah.
Because I looked at it and I thought, you know, if I was gay or part of the LGBT community, though, I would find that really offensive.
Yeah, I mean, there's
also, I'm a massive lover of avics as well, but I just thought, do you know what? It's like people being homophobic without kind of saying it. But there's a meme that they can share about avics that kind of, it's like one of those, how can I put it? It's like being racist. It's like being homophobic in a very quiet, sly way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's kind of in the same breath as like racial crimes. You know, hate crimes cover anything, whether it's down to like skin color, sexuality, disabilities. You know, yes, do you know what? There is a very fine line between you kind of saying something. It's like with comedians. there's saying something and saying something that's kind of very close to the line, and then they're saying something and meaning it, and
Yeah.
like there is a big difference between it. But yeah, it's a difficult one. But yeah, I mean, it's
I mean, I've said homophobic things with my friends, but then, you know, that's when I'm in a gay bar with gay lads having a laugh, and they're the ones that started on it, and it's acceptable. Do you know what I mean? And it is we have a right laugh, and some of the shit that they give back to me, like, you know what bar you're in, stand against the wall, Scott. I get that loads because I'm like the only straight guy there.
But there's a difference between you saying those things to your friends and saying it to a stranger. And there's a big difference between, you know, whether that person is accepting towards that. You know, you can, there's certain things you can call people because, and it's like, interesting enough, like I think one of the things with the sort of LGBT community, so my generation, queer means something completely different to what it does to my friend who 30 years ago, you know, queer 30 years ago meant something completely different and was used in such a derogative sense, whereas now it's been reclaimed by the sort of LGBT community, and it's acceptable. And yeah, it's kind of strange how there are now words that in the past have been used as kind of slurs and stuff are now not, and it's okay to use them, but it's okay for us to use them, but not always used. If it's in a derogatory way, it's not okay to throw it, you know.
Something you do hear, and you still hear quite often, I would say, is nothing as queer as folk, and you think that's completely harmless, don't you? You know, as a straight person, you kind of think, yeah, that's completely harmless. But if you imagine what that also cocks up into your mind, it's like, well, queer.
Yeah.
It's actually derogatory statement, isn't it? It's negative, and it's homophobic.
Yeah. Again, it's things in context, out of context, the way it's been said, how it's been said. You could say that about a lot of things. It's just the way the world is now, isn't it? So.
But then somebody could quite innocently say that statement as well and not mean, you know.
Well, exactly. That's what I mean. There's a difference between you calling somebody queer and using that as a phrase. It's, you know, gay means happy.
just said there's queer as folks on Channel 4.
Yeah, not a particularly nice first episode. Yeah, that's an interesting TV show.
Yeah, Sean just said it's not to be used in it's to be used in the right context, not to be thrown about easily. Have to have some respect for other people. You fucking do, yeah.
Completely hit the nail on the head with that. That's exactly what it is.
And it all starts with the little things. It all starts with opening the door for somebody, moving out of the way for an old person. And if somebody moves out of the way for you, say thank you. It all starts with those tiny little things. And then, do you know what I mean? It's the small stuff.
I've just noticed a comment by Russell Pugh, and yes, I did go to Prince Henry's High in Evesham. Sorry, he's just mentioned the school that I used to go to, and yes, I went to Prince Henry's. So there we go. I looked very different back then. So yeah. Although I currently look like I'm going through puberty again. So yeah, reliving my teenage years. Great fun.
You just look like a young geezer.
That is the thing, though. I have reversed aged. I mean, I'm 33 this year. I look about 20. I'm 33 this year. I get ID'd all the time.
Holy shit! I bet you do.
Yeah, all the time, and it's even worse with the face mask on. So yeah, this is about the only thing going for me at the moment that ages me past 12.
Wow. Just because when you were saying you've been a tattooist for 7 years, I was thinking in the back of my mind, I was thinking, you can't.
Everybody
you can't
thinks
that. You must have started I didn't want to say anything because I was thinking, I wonder if a family member started teaching him when he was like 14 or something.
No, I'm actually teaching my stepdaughter at the moment. So my stepdaughter's nearly 18. So yeah, she's learning.
Happy
So,
answers. They thought you were like 20.
Yeah.
Bailey just says, I find it strange when house music fans show outward homophobia. The music originated predominantly black gay clubs for one.
Yeah. That's it. Club scene and club kids, 90s. That's you know, massive era. Fetish clubs, all of it. It was all underground and kind of anything goes.
There was a lot of fetish clubs which is more accepted now. You know, back in the 90s and the early 90s, there was all sorts of clubs which were just, you know, which is like almost normal now. Like PVC wearing in the 90s was a big like, and there was underground and stuff like that in the 90s. That sounds absolutely weird, kind of saying that now, but yeah, there was all sorts of stuff like that going on, and it's where it opens up is by starting underground, and then slowly it comes up, and then boom.
Yeah, I mean, weirdly enough though, so there is actually like a massive demise in gay bars. I don't really know. It's an odd one, but so like when I was at uni, 13, 14 years ago, so there were loads, absolutely loads, and like, you know, I used to go to Birmingham quite a bit. There used to be quite a few there, and I'm pretty sure quite a lot of those have now gone. And sort of more alternative places, and it all seems to have disappeared.
Did you ever come to Coventry to Rainbow?
No, I used to avoid Coventry like the plague. No, to be fair, no, I never really went out in Coventry. I had mates that lived there, but no, we used to just go to Birmingham. We used to go to like Nightingales or Route 22, something like that. I don't know. I lived in Wales for most of my 20s, so it was Cardiff and Swansea for most of my 20s.
Rainbows was a fantastic night out, absolutely fantastic night.
Yeah, but again, you could go into a gay bar as a straight person and nobody gives a shit. You can have a really good night. There's nobody beating each other up.
You're not going to have a geezer come up. You're not going to have a guy come up to you, start squeezing your ass, going, "You're right, baby." It's nothing like that. You guys know who's straight and who's gay, don't you? Literally a mile off.
Yeah, you'll probably get somebody try it on with you, but you know what's the difference between that and anywhere else? So yeah. But yeah, you there's nobody crossing boundaries, and there's nobody sort of pushing themselves on you. You know, you just banter, and that's about it. It's, you know, it's a good night out. That's one thing I miss down here. Like, we've got none of that. There is no, as much as people actually are quite accepting down here towards everything, there's nothing really going on. But we don't really have nightclubs or anything, so we've got, you know, pubs that are out until about 11, and then that's it.
Laura says, I've been to a gay bar as a straight person, and it's one of the best nights out I've ever had. I prefer them, to be completely honest, because
there's actually stuff going on as well.
People are far more accepting, far more talkative. There is, I think, in all the time where I've been, that I've seen one lot of trouble, and that was it. And it got split up and broke up within seconds. Literally within seconds.
Yeah. No, there's literally like there is no issues with anything. They just kind of get on with it, and yeah, it's just really relaxed. And then, I mean, the only person you're going to get grief from in a gay bar is probably the drag queen that's on stage that will take the piss out of you. They always do. That's just part of it, and that is the most fun. I mean, I will never, ever, ever forget being in a gay bar in Swansea, and there was one of the regulars that came in, and she's this little old lady, and she's got a mobility scooter, and she's in the pub all the time. And she came in, it was absolutely pissing down with rain outside, and she'd got a hood up, and I can just remember the drag queen turning around and going, "Oh, look, ET's arrived." And honestly, that's about as much grief as anybody's going to get. And, you know, that was just absolute comedy genius at that moment. but you know, they'll rip it, but they've still got limits. You know, they're not gonna. They're not
A
gonna rip you
couple
to
of the
pieces.
queens that I know get away with saying stuff that anybody
Of
else, if
course,
anybody else would say it, it would be
yeah.
you'd literally get punched. But they
But
say it
they're playing a
even
character, aren't they?
even when they're not in character. You know, you
Yeah,
think, and how have you just got away with that? The things that they said to some of my female friends as well. You just go, what?
yeah. But that again, it's
Great
stuff that's said
talking.
in jest.
Yes. But yeah, but obviously the bar where we used to go has obviously been closed for just over a year.
Yeah, yeah. It's weird.
Looking
There's
forward to that one.
yeah, going to the pub.
It's Russell Pugh's birthday today. He said, I think he
Birthday.
said you're. Was he? Is Russell? Russell, are you a couple of years older than Finn? Did you say? Well, happy birthday, Russell.
Where's he said? Oh no, I'm older than him. Yeah, I think I left Prince Henry's at like 2004. I think I left. Pretty sure. Yeah. Was it? I'm to think now. Pretty sure that was when I left high school. It was a while ago.
Bailey's bug blog. He always gets me tongue tied. Says, walking into a gay bar in Liverpool as a straight guy, tripped over and accidentally grabbed a drag queen's ass, steadying himself. Guess who was a target for jokes from the drag queen all night?
Brilliant. Yeah, I
Mark
can see him.
Spider's guy said I'm probably older than everybody in here. Yeah, I think Mark's about 100, 112, ain't you, Mark?
Yeah, I must admit, like when you look about 12, people generally don't take you seriously. It's taken me quite a long time to like, particularly with tattooing. Um, it's one of those things. If you've, as much as I, you know, when I first started out, and people assume that you're like 15, 16, and it's like you can't be doing what you're doing or whatnot. Like it's taken a long time to, I guess, get the confidence of talking to people and know what I'm doing. And the same with reptiles, when people ask you about like care and stuff, when you say you've been keeping things for X amount of time, it's yeah, people don't often believe you.
Yeah. I think the reptile and invert world can literally shoot you down within seconds if you say the wrong thing. It's like,
Yeah, and there's lots of ways to do things, and there's, you know, you can spend hundreds and hundreds of pounds on a setup, and it can be just as good as buying a second-hand tank that you've converted. You know, you can,
I've got about 120, 130 spiders in here. Plus, we've got other stuff.
yeah,
The frog sits in that tank up there.
yeah,
That's the only one. That's the only tank that I've bought brand new.
yeah. I think I've
Um,
bought. I think I've bought 6 tanks. I had DMS. Dale made me a set of 6 tanks, and I think they're the only ones that I've bought brand new. That rack that you saw that I've got all my frogs in, that's a Dutch Rana tank system, and I bought that secondhand off somebody that was like selling up all their reptiles. And all the Euro style Vivs that I've got, I think I've bought all those secondhand as well, or I've built them. So it's.
I mean, one of the reasons I buy secondhand because 1, it's cheap. 2, it still does the job perfectly fine.
Oh
And
yeah,
3,
massively.
I think all my enclosures, as you can see behind me, none of them are like, they're not like set ones or anything like that. They've all got spiders and stuff like that. And they're all
Yeah,
higgledy-piggledy shapes. But you know, anybody can recreate this at home. Whereas I
yeah,
find sometimes looking at exoterra after exoterra after exoterra with the perfect lights and perfect this and this, that, so that it can be a little bit intimidating to look at sometimes because you think, oh, I haven't got the money to do that. And it's like, well,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
hold on a minute. Yeah, you have. You've just got to look at
I
it,
get
go about it slightly different.
yeah, so I get a little bit OCD about my tanks in the sense that I like them all being organised, but when I've got that many things to spray every day, and that, you know, if you've got things that don't need hours of looking after every day, I mean, for me to have them all in one set with sprinkler systems and stuff, that's saving me half an hour, 45 minutes every day, twice a day, not having to go and hand spray everything. There are reasons why it's worthwhile having a good setup, but then, like you've seen, I've got rubs with some of my stuff in, and honestly, that is no different to putting them in a glass tank. There's still the same amount of plants, there's still the same amount of space, the humidity, the heat, the lighting, everything is still the same. Okay, I can't visually see them as well, but I know that they're doing everything they need to do in that space.
I like the variation in how I do. I
Yeah.
just like to prove a point where you don't need to spend a lot of money to have a nice collection.
No, definitely not. Like my plants, those are, you know, I have spent stupid money on plants in the past. There are things that I've been like, I really want that, and I've saved up for it. But what I've also done is then a lot of the other plants I have, I will then sell cuttings, propagate them, sell them on, and then I can kind of like pull that money together to buy a plant or do swaps. And that's something I must admit within the dart frog community, it has been really good getting to know people that not only, for me, I've got like 40 mini gardens in my house. I haven't just got the frogs in them. The plants, to me, are just as exciting as the animals that are in there with them. And they require just as much care and attention, and cutting them back and pinning them and making sure that their environment is as good as enough for them as the frog is that's hopping around sitting on it. So that's really important as well. But that's also somewhere else you can kind of cut corners, in the sense that there's a lot of quite cheap plants that you can get hold of. They don't have to cost a fortune. Or again, you know, people like myself that have got multiple tanks, I have to cut them back every couple of weeks. So there'll be little bits and pieces that if we sort of swap or sell on or give away, if, you know, just cover postage and that kind of thing. So a lot of the collection has been through kind of swapping, I guess, which is quite nice. I don't know if that's the same with like inverts and stuff, or I must admit that's an area of reptile keeping and stuff I've not really ventured into. The same with snakes. Two things I've never really kept. Not that they don't interest me, just I've never had them.
In inverts, I think if you've got the right people, then yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Plant wise, not so much. I'm literally I'd say I'm just looking at the plants now, because
Yeah.
I've got one tank with a plant in it, and that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And that's the northern frogs actually, which are up there.
Yeah.
And that's it. But Diane, yes, I'll get you on with Richard at some point. But the snake tank, I have got all this stuff to set him up bioactive now. But plant wise, I keep thinking B&Q, let's go and have a look. But then I keep thinking, no, I need to research it just in case something's poisonous to the snake. And then other people say,
Do you know
no,
what?
generally the grass is.
They're
Like,
actually, I must admit, B&Q and the supermarkets like Lidl and Aldi, their plants are great. However, the soil that they're in isn't always. You can't guarantee that they've not had. So essentially, and it's the same as
you have
like
to
obviously
wash
getting
the soil off,
wood and stuff from outside. Just wash it. You know, just wash it, quarantine it, make sure it's all okay, and then look at putting in your vivs. You can get things like bromeliads and stuff from the supermarkets, but anything that's generally got like a big red flower attached to it doesn't always do very well in the higher humidities and the heat of tanks. So that would be one thing I wouldn't waste your money on from the supermarket. You think, oh great, £5 bromeliad. They're not always that great. But I mean, I'm really fortunate down here. We've actually got quite a few garden centres. and they've got like a sort of a tropical area. So I've been really fortunate that things like pothos and certain sort of bromeliads, hoyas, that kind of thing, philodendrons, all those kind of things. Our local garden centre sort of tends to have them in stock. And again, as long as you're careful with them not having any nasties on them, and the soil and stuff being okay, if you just wash all the soil off and bare root them and pop them in your vivs, they're usually pretty good, and they don't cost the earth. And again, once you've kind of grown them on a bit, chop a bit off and put it into the next tank, and you can very quickly kind of build up 2-3 tanks over 6 months with cuttings off of previous plants. So
would you
yeah,
say with like B&Q, do you know when they've got the discount plants because a couple of the leaves have gone brown or something?
Yeah.
I kind of think, well, hold on, if you buy one of those and put it in a viv with the UV grow light above it, which you've already got there,
just take the
it's
dead
going to
leaves off. Yeah, I mean, actually, I bought a couple of the polka dot begonias, the begonia maculatas. I bought those probably about 6 months ago. They were in B&Q. They were like £4 each, and they were absolutely trashed. They were really scabby leaves on them. Just prune them out, and again, keep them in the vivs. So that big tanks that I've got, 3 of those are just for me growing plants. And I've got like plastic trays that I've got like an Arcadia T5 Pro over the top of. So I just put my little cuttings into pots and just kind of have them set up. So I've got like a little mini greenhouse in my viv room because it's nice and warm. Spray them once a day, keep a light on them, and then I can repopulate the tanks. So like for me, what's been quite important is being sort of self-sufficient with everything. So breeding, well, kind of like yourself, you know, you breeding the live food, breeding the cleanup crew and all that kind of thing. It just cuts down on having to spend lots of money every month, and then you can buy more stuff like bobs.
I think I first started breeding springtails in the charcoal with the water and the rice, and then suddenly instead of buying some springtails and just chucking them in, you kind of look, don't you? And then suddenly your springtails are something else that's fascinating that you've got in your collection.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
if you've
like
got springtails,
as well, isn't it?
if you've got a macro camera or if you've got a microscope, check out the springtail under the microscope
insane,
or under your macro. Absolutely crazy. Same with isopods as well. I
love them. They're great. Like, the patterns on them are amazing.
If you'd have told me that I'd keep woodlice, you know, sort of 10 years ago, I would have laughed at you. And now we've got the greys, we've got the oranges, we've got Pustelio labius, dairy cow, got the Klugis, we've got about 6-7 different species, magic potion. What's the other one? And another one what I can't remember. But we've got quite a couple on the go now, and we absolutely adore them.
Have you seen the little rubber ducky ones with the red with the like the yellow heads? Yeah. Apart from them being 20 quid each, like they are cool.
And you have to go on a waiting list for them as well.
There's a couple of places selling them at the moment, but 20 quid a pop. They're not cheap.
See, that's my issue. My issue is, one day I can't justify that just yet because I've literally just bought all the stuff for him because he has got this bed in, that stuff.
Yeah.
Just tiny wood shavings. And then he's got the red light bulb in there. No UV, but that's how I got him. So now he's having a 5% UVB go in there. Not because he needs the UV, but because that's what he gets. That's what they get in the wild. And then there's BioLife going in there, and the bulbs being changed for ceramic and all sorts.
Yeah, it's a way to do it.
That's just talking to people that have been in the snake game. Is that Aspen, Scott? Yes, mate, that's the one. It's just talking to people that have been decent people that have been in the snake game a lot longer than me and know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So I can just say, well, I took on this anery. You know, I can look after it. Is there anything I need to change? because
And it's
I
changed
absorb
a lot over the years,
information.
though, hasn't it? It's changed so
Yeah, I
much
mean,
in the last 10, 15 years.
I absorb information by like talking to you or messaging,
Yeah.
as opposed to reading it in a book and stuff like that. Interaction for me is where my knowledge really goes, and I can absorb stuff a lot better.
And I think like with anything, technology's evolved. So I mean, oh God, when I kept my bearded dragon 15 years ago, you couldn't get a 12% UVB bulb, I don't think. And it was like, oh, you only need this or you only need that. And there wasn't a lot around. I guess the Vivs weren't as good, or I just remember there being far less stuff involved with keeping a bearded dragon like 15 years ago. Whereas my daughter's partner's just adopted one. We basically got given one, and it's come with a tank. It hasn't been kept particularly well. I'm amazed that the damn thing is 10 years old, if I'm brutally honest. But you know, we've looked at all of. Say again.
Has it got the overbite?
No, not at all. But like, the guy couldn't tell me when he glass changed the UV bulb. The basking spot hasn't got a cage around it. It's just wedged in the corner. Like, the poor thing could get its nose against the bulb. It's got no thermostat at all. And you're just like, how the hell is this thing alive? And it's on just shit sand. And it's got nowhere, like, just all over the place. It's got heat mat in there. I can't even explain how bad it's been kept. But you know, we've completely gutted it, and the lighting systems have changed, and just everything has gotten so much sleeker and
better
design.
Like this going. Yep.
Pretty much. She's wealthy. Yeah. But, like, you know, the poor bugger's got shed stuck all over her. She's been in a right state. And you know, there's stuff that, because I haven't kept a bearded dragon for 15 years, there was stuff that I hadn't really looked at, or I hadn't had, you know, because yes, I buy lighting for my stuff, but I haven't had to buy anything with such a high UV sort of content, I guess, essentially. So it's yeah, it was kind of interesting looking at their care again to see how different it was to 10 years ago. And there's definitely, you know, a few things that have changed, or you know, better quality products out there now that you can get. So it's been, again, it's just learning new things and talking to people and finding new ways of doing things, isn't it, really?
I mean, with the snake, we've got the heat bulb in the corner.
Yeah.
But then the thermostat, the thermometer was just underneath the heat bulb. So now it's here now. So up to there it gets to 28 degrees. So then he's got his cold area if he needs to, and then he's got all this hot area. Instead of having it right underneath, because obviously right underneath is going to get to 28 degrees within seconds.
Exactly. So it's ambient temperature, isn't it? You want, not just one hot spot.
Yeah, exactly. So now it's a bit further over now. So he's always out and about like that, looking at you. He's probably thinking, "Where's my dinner?" Because he's gone from having a fluffy every week to every 2 weeks, because he was a tad overweight.
Oh, bless him.
But he's a pain in the backside, because if you open this ever so slightly, he just wants to come out.
Yeah.
And then just disappear. That's all he wants to do.
That's all right. I had what have I had this week? I've had three phantasmals that I've been chasing around my room, and one of them I found earlier. They got out of their Viv. I'd left the door open about that much, and yeah, they've been hopping around, but I found them all. So
tell you what I did the other day was we bought a gecko full setup, 50 quid, off my mate, because his missus had just lost interest in that one. So he's kept it absolutely perfect. Didn't have to change anything. Everything's bang on. But he was like, "Oh, the thermometer's only like 4 weeks old." I was like, "Oh yeah, wicked, nice one." I didn't really look at it. It was dark. So I picked it up, brought it home. I've had the gecko on me just while the Viv's warming up. And it's digital thermometer, digital thermostat. So it's going 26, 26.1, 26. It does all this. I'm telling you, if you're paranoid, right, and you get a little bit of OCD, those things are the worst thing in the world. Because our front room, we've got the TV. Underneath the TV, there's a gecko with this thermometer that keeps going 27, 27.7, 27.8, 28, and then it comes down again. And I'm like,
yeah,
it's coming down. I'm thinking, it's a ball bot. Let's open the vid. Hey, you bastard. Yes, it is. Shut it again.
yeah. See, I'm lucky. I just heat my room, so it's just on a thermostat, and then yeah, everything's pretty happy at about 22, so I just kind of leave it at that all day. Obviously where the lights are over the top, maybe 1 or 2 degrees difference, but they're that many tanks, I couldn't deal with 30 thermostats. It's just not viable.
So we've got the thermostats on the geckos and the snakes, but in here it's normally, I'd say, ambient temperature is about 26. We've got an oil fill radiator as well, but then be like this cabinet here. There's 2 heat mats in there, so that pops out up to 28. And then this one where all the swings and the small juvies are, we've got a there's 2 heat mats in there as well, which does the same thing. So that gets, I think it gets up to 27 in there. And then over this side where we've got everything else, because we've got another glass cabinet with a heat mat in it, and heat cables go around everywhere. So it's crazy, isn't it?
A little bit.
Right, let me just drop. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Boom. Boom. There we go. What would you say your biggest mistake's been so far with keeping the frogs and the reptiles?
Two instances of this one. God, they both involved either things overheating or drying out. I managed to kill 4 green auratus frogs as my misting system had packed up, but it's actually out of that tank stack out there. 2 of the vivs within that tank stack. I mean, I'm 5 foot fuck all. I can't see into those top vivs. I had all the trust in the world that in the 3 days that the misters had packed up, I hadn't realised that the top tank had dried out, and basically they didn't survive. And about 13 years ago, when I was living at my parents' house, I had some crested geckos, and at that point I used to use the ceramic heat emitters above them, and again the thermostat just completely malfunctioned, and one of them had dried out, and that had caused heat stroke essentially on one of the geckos, I think it was. So I suppose they're the kind of fuck ups, and occasionally leaving my tank doors open or the glass Euro tanks. The runners sometimes get like substrate stuck in the bottom and they don't quite close. And when you've got things like baby Williamsi that are like less than an inch in size, they get out. That's the other thing, I guess. Stuff escapes, but I am quite good at catching them. So yeah, most things get caught. When I was moving house from upstairs down here, one of my chihuahuas had gotten out, and it had ended up in a bag of cork bark, and somehow I found the little bugger 2 weeks later in my like art room in this bag of, like, it obviously come down in a bag of stuff, and I found the little bugger just sat on my desk one evening when I came down. So yeah, apart from that, the odd escapee and a couple of animals that have unfortunately passed away. I wouldn't say I've done anything too bad with husbandry. It's usually been because one of the automated things that I do to keep my life a little bit less overloaded, doing things like misting things and heating things, they've kind of malfunctioned. So I am now incredibly paranoid about checking every one of my vivs every day without fail.
Yeah. We do that. We do that. I must admit, it's just like just to make sure nothing's molting, or if it is, it's all right. If it's got, yeah, well, water dishes are top.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think well, my worst thing is forgetting to lock this viv.
Yep.
And then I usually get him out on a live stream, and then I forget to put it all back, you know, and then he's moved this, and he only has to move it just that much, and he's out.
Yeah.
And then trying to get him back in again, he's just like, no, I'm not going home yet. Not going home yet. And he'll literally do everything he possibly can not to get back in there. Pain in the bum.
Yeah, they're good at that, aren't they?
Yeah. Nothing fits though. Laura says, got to bust a groove. Doing great, Finn. Love ya. Stacey says, Laura, I agree. And Stacey says, I use misters. I've got a fogger. I've got a rather large fogger. I've not even got attached to anything yet, and that is literally ready for the frogs. But I think I've got a lot of researching to do before.
I'll be honest.
Grab one.
I didn't really find that the foggers do an awful lot.
Oh, it's just the looks.
They look. Yeah, I was going to say they look pretty, but they don't really do much else. They raise the humidity a little bit.
What I want to do is like get the Dagobah system kind of a look in one aquarium, in one enclosure, and then just drop mist in once in a blue moon. Literally, that's all I want to do. But yeah, I'm pretty convinced that the fogger is literally just for our amusement more than anything.
Yeah, they definitely are. They I had one on a big paludarium, and they look really cool. What did I have it in? I think it might have been I can't remember whether I had a lychee enclosure, or I think it might have been my old milk frog enclosure. And I had one, and it used to look really cool because it would come up behind the water bowl in the middle, and it would be like low-lying fog almost, and it used to look really cool with them like hopping around in it. But yeah, I haven't used one for years. But they do look cool if you've got a big show tank. They look amazing.
Well, I don't find it moistens a lot. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't really.
Oh. Well, there's a word that's disgusting.
It used to be. Moist. The word moist all half makes people feel a bit awkward, doesn't it?
Yeah, not a fan. It's not good.
But
now
yeah, I don't find it dampens the areas. Do you know what I mean? Enough. Whereas I think a good mist works loads better. I would like a misting system, but then I do enjoy getting the spray bottle out and going around and spraying. It does help with mental health. It does help chill out, and you just get to have a proper good look in your enclosures when you got your own little sprayer and you're going around as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, I must admit, it's quite nice. And again, a lot of the time it will churn up a lot of the fruit flies, so they'll all start hopping around and they kind of come out. So yeah, it's so I'm just sat here and I can just see my clemori that are in the corner. But yeah, they certainly make a difference. I think kind of, again, it's like when people do gardening outside and they say, oh, you know, it's like really therapeutic. I like gardening indoors, and again, you go around and you sort of tend into the plants or the animals that are in the tanks, and it is good for your mental health. It's kind of downtime. You know, it's the first thing I do in the morning when I get up, and it's like the last thing I do before I go to bed at night. So, you know, after the dogs, all the reptiles get sorted.
I find, I think spiders, you don't have to spend nowhere near as much time with them. Yeah. That's for sure. You do have to make sure the ones that need misting every day are misting every day. I've got some from like, areas of monsoon weather, so I have to make sure they're damp, overly damp every day. But majority of them don't really need a lot of attention every day. Some of them spray twice a week. Some of them are sprayed down once, and it's all good. A lot of people keep the Chromatopelma cyanopescens absolutely dry. I go against the grain. I give her a very, 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 very light spray once a week, and we're going to top up a water dish. I mean, when I say a light, I mean literally a very fine mist, literally for a couple of seconds. As it comes down, you kind of see it go like this, and then that's it.
But I think regardless of where anything lives, I mean, even if you've got something that's in the desert, there's still going to be water droplets and stuff from moisture overnight, isn't there? So replicate as close as possible to where they would be in the wild.
Well, overnight in the desert, temperatures drop right down, don't they?
Yeah, massively.
And then you can get all the humidity starts developing.
Yeah, you're going to get like a kind of like dew, the equivalent of. I don't know what it would be like desert wise, but yeah.
I think that's why cactuses have such a large surface area, like the leaves are like this, because then it can more and more moisture can sort of develop on them overnight, can't it?
Yeah, bigger surface area. Usually wider, circular with ridges in it.
Stacey says she's addicted to the plants. I really need to get into these plants.
I'll have to send you some.
That would be absolutely excellent.
I've got some stuff due a hack back in the next couple of weeks, so you'll have to let me know what kind of thing you need.
That would be absolutely awesome. Robust, anything robust. Because the northern frogs, they're kind of this size. Yeah. You go near them and they're jumping. They're jumping and jumping and jumping. And then obviously the snake. But yeah, then we've got some big spiders as well, which carry some weight to them. I've got some other big boys coming this week as it goes.
Oh, well, you're in luck because I just found this little guy. Ooh.
Oh.
The ace.
Hold on, let me do that.
Yeah, so that's one of the really, really chunky female Amazon milk frogs. So,
gorgeous.
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
Absolutely beautiful. And are they the ones that just literally have like 150 eggs, did you say?
Yeah. Bloody loads. Oh, hang on. She's climbing up my arm. That ceiling's not so interesting to look at.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Just going to pull Spider Mum in.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good. I've been
Spider
watching
Mum all the way over in the US.
Huh?
Hold on, let's have a look. See. There we go. That's pretty cool. What do you think, Spider Mum?
This has been an interesting show so far. I like it. It's a lot to keep up with. See, I'm only used to spiders, so I don't know about, all the frogs and lizards and stuff. But it's been interesting.
Yeah, a few different things.
Just a few.
I literally have no idea about spiders, so yeah. Oh, here's some interesting wallpaper. Hang on, this is my. Oh shit! Hang on. Let me try and turn it the other way around. There we go. That's
Oh,
my.
Well, that's cool.
That's my. Oh, hang on. I'll get rid of all my hats. That's my wallpaper on that wall.
that's cool.
There's a massive
I like
alligator that like behind the tanks, and I've got a toucan up there. I think. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Mark the spider guy says, hello, Christine.
Hello, dear.
Ah,
So what are we doing? Making our way to a different room? Is that what we're doing now?
no, I'm just sitting. I'm just literally sitting on my bed because I was sat
Oh,
on
okay.
I was sat. Sorry, I was sat in my Viv room, but I was sat on a ladder that wasn't really that comfortable. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. No, this is my squat essentially at the moment. It's not
Yeah.
great. Oh,
You have some
Where-
absolutely stunning frogs.
yeah, I've got there's a fair few things that you haven't seen that weren't around. So I have to try and show them another time. Plus the other stuff that's arriving in a couple of weeks. I've got a few other interesting species turning up and another one of the Chihuahua geckos, but like a really, really, really bright one.
Ooh.
Yeah. I understand how
So-
it is though, because we have 5 dogs, so getting from one area to the other, I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got 7 at the moment, and they are loud, really loud.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what kind have you got?
Well, let's see. We have a Dachshund. We have
Yeah, we have as
a
well.
I
They're
think-
the best.
yeah, yeah. We have a Dachshund. We have a Dachshund Eskimo mix. We have a Scotty Dachshund mix.
Yep.
A lab boxer or a lab pit mix, and then a lab. What is it, Ray? What do you call it? They're all mutts except for one, but they're all amazing dogs. It's I can't even think right now.
Yeah.
You feel like if I go and get a quick cigarette?
Knock your socks off.
Yeah.
That's why you've got someone else online, so you can go and have a fag.
Yeah, I need my nicotine.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Just got to work. Hey, Moon over Miami.
Hey, Moon. Yeah, Lab
We'll come back
Terrier is
and
the
then-
other one.
And
Oh,
then we'll go over
we've
the
got
comments, see what everybody's doing.
6 Dachshunds and a Retriever. So we love our Dachshunds.
You do love Dachshunds. Oh.
Yeah. Well, we had a litter at Christmas. We had 7 of them, so we did have 13 in the house at one point, which was fun.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. But we've kept one of them, but she's very cute. She's black and tan, but she's got a white paw, so she's staying put. But they are very
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah, ours was it Dapple?
Yes, yeah. A grey one or brown one.
The brown Dapple.
Oh, they're so cute.
Yeah.
That's about the only colorway. It's about the only colorway we don't have.
Yeah. I saw the gray Dapples. I was like, oh my gosh, one of these days they are so cool. I love all of them, but those gray ones, it's just like,
Yeah.
wow.
We had 3 in our last litter, and they're absolutely beautiful.
Oh, I bet.
So, yeah, we nearly kept one of those as well, but I'm on a waiting list to get a blonde one,
Oh.
a long haired blonde one, but they're really quite rare over here at the moment. So they're not the easiest thing to find. So
Yeah.
fingers crossed I get one this year. But
Absolutely.
we'll see.
Yeah. I'd love to see your baby sometime if you want to show me sometime. See how your dotsies.
Yeah, I would go now, but they're mental.
Oh, I understand.
I'll have to send you some pictures of them. They are.
Yeah.
Or actually, I could just message my other half to chuck in the youngest one with me. Hang on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mark. Yeah.
There you go. Hopefully she'll bring her in now. We will see.
Okay.
One of them's manageable. The 7 of them just totally aren't. They swamp everything, and end up invading my viv room and probably end up eating whatever bit of bogwood is on the floor. So
They're a handful, but they're awesome. Mine is obsessed with me. She's actually blind. She's older and she's blind, but she's got to be with mommy 24/7.
They do. They just stick to you, though, don't they?
Yeah,
they're very much people dogs. But now I love them.
Absolutely.
So is it just spiders you keep, or have you got other stuff as well?
No, I have 42 spiders. I just have spiders.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't keep the reptiles or amphibians or anything like that.
Yeah.
I have a thing for spiders. I can't help it. I love all animals, and I love looking at other people's collections, but this is just what fits for me. Yeah.
They are cool. Like there's such variation in them as well.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that I've never seen the appeal in them, but like, I don't know. It's just not something I've ever kept. It's the same with snakes. Like I really appreciate them, and like millipedes and all those kind of things. But yeah, they're just not something I've ever really kept. I think I just like the vibrancy of geckos and frogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't kept yet.
Yeah, okay. But to be honest, I live in a house full of people that hate spiders. So I have to be the big butch one and go and like rescue them out of cellars and wherever else. And I think the words "over my dead body" was mentioned with snakes. So yeah, I don't think that'll be happening anytime soon.
I started off with 2 spiders, and the other half she said no more.
Yeah.
She also said no snakes. She said no centipedes.
And there's one there. Talking of which, here is my other half, and she's just brought in the tiniest of all of the dogs. This is Frida.
Oh, look at the baby.
Look, she's got a little white paw. Oh, hang on. Oh, there we go. She's got a little white paw.
Look there.
You look. What you doing? You've been sleeping? Yes.
Oh.
She's tired. I'll go and grab the others in a minute. Are you sleeping?
It's adorable.
Sean says hi, Finn's other half.
She's tired and gone to bed, bless her. She's been looking after all the dogs whilst I've been avoiding like doing anything this evening, so she's all tired, bless her.
we got you out of some bits.
That's very unique to have that white paw like that. That's pretty cool.
I know she is. That is very cool.
She's 11 and she's just done that, and she's used makeup.
Really? That looks amazing for makeup.
It's awesome.
Crazy, isn't she?
She's very talented. Very talented.
Is that her makeup or your other half's makeup that she's nicked?
Her makeup.
No, she started looking like a clown, so it's her own makeup.
Excellent.
The first time she did it, we were like, "What have you done?"
Have you seen yourself when you look in the mirror?
That's interesting.
In about 2 days, you'll look like Gandalf.
Let's have a quick look at the comments. Bailey's Bug Blog loves reptiles. Used to love the reptile rooms in Blackpool as a shop. However, inverts are more manageable for me. Yeah, I get that. If you ain't got a lot of time, inverts tend to be the go for. Michael Taylor says he's got 6 species of stick insect. That might be one for you, Finn. Stick insects.
I've used them as feeders.
You get shot.
Yeah, by me.
Mark's a good guy, and I do love scorpions and I'm a snake. Mark said, "Oi, Layla."
Oi, have an eye.
Oh, baby. Oh my goodness.
What did I do?
It is, as far as room and cost wise and all that stuff, it is easier to keep tarantulas as opposed to, because you have the misters, you gotta keep the humidity, and it is a lot more cost effective to keep tarantulas. But I mean, don't get me wrong, if I had the money, I would love to get like a chameleon, but there's so much upkeep in them, but I don't know.
There is. Yeah, it's one thing I don't have anymore is chameleons.
Yeah,
they're awesome. Like they are lovely. But they're probably one of the more difficult things to set up. I mean, they're not particularly difficult once they are set up, but you have got to be really shit hot on the humidity and making sure that they've got the right lighting, the right heating, the right kind of like cage. It's almost like a cage rather than a tank that you need them in. So
yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
I suppose you haven't got the massive like live food bills.
Do what?
I suppose you haven't got the massive live food bills with like tarantulas and stuff. You haven't got to be buying, dead mice and stuff and boxes and boxes of crickets if you eat.
Exactly. Crickets, mealworms, wax worms, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Dubias.
Yeah. I've got histers over there now that I'm using as feeders for I've only used those for the big tarantulas.
Yeah.
Once you've had a box of crickets for a few days, you take the lid off. It does smell like an old man's pair of pants.
Yeah,
it does. They do stink, don't they?
Yeah. However, I did learn this week if you keep them in a box, but you put percolite in the bottom, or like vermiculite, the smell is so much less.
Ooh, that is.
I have to try that. Next time
because I've just started breeding them, and everyone was just like, put this in the bottom. So I've given it a go, and they don't smell anywhere near as much as they normally would after about a week. So fingers crossed, I've cracked it. So we will see.
That's the reason I don't want to breed them, is because of the stench. I love the sound of crickets. That doesn't bother me. It's the smell. So I'm going to try vermiculite, because I use it in my substrate mix. I use topsoil and vermiculite for my spiders. So I use it to incubate my eggs. So any of my gecko eggs I put in there. So I just had a bag of it kicking around. So I thought, well, I might as well try it and see. And it actually seems to be okay. So I'm guessing it absorbs the smell. Okay.
I was chatting to a guy who's he's doing entomology. Oh, I can't even say it. But he's doing the study of insects at university, and he's very, very well respected across Europe for true spiders. I was chatting to him. We were on about vermiculite, and he says he doesn't use it because he thinks that when it's damp, this is more for inverts, that it can stick to your spiders and stress them out.
But then surely that would be no different to like a leaf or a clump of something else sticking to them, maybe.
But for vermiculites, like it's covered in those tiny little sponges, which literally can act like suction cups. You were saying. I was like, that's not. But then, if you have a look at a bag of spider life, it's full of it.
Yeah, I must admit, it's not something I've ever used in any substrate for anything that I keep. Purely it's used for hatching media. That's it.
Yeah,
is it used to help? Is it used to help aeration? Is it in like substrate for tarantulas and stuff, or what's the purpose of it in the
humidity? But then it also. I think a lot of people just say it's for humidity, but without realising the fact that it's got a massive surface area So it's fantastic for growing good bacteria in as well.
Yeah, to help. Because it is really good insulation. Because I know that in like older houses and stuff, in my mum's house, they've got vermiculite in the ceilings, but you know, in the cavity between the floor and the ceilings. So that was the only thing I knew about it before reptiles. That was there obviously are other uses for it, but but no, that's kind of interesting actually, because with none of the stuff we have actually has in it for any of the sort of frogs or geckos. It's mainly like cork bark and stuff, like bark chippings that are used to help the sort of aeration of the soil and to help keep the humidity up, or cocoa husk.
Now the cocoa, like, I know so many keepers use the cocoa, but to me, I have the least amount of luck with the cocoa because to me it
grows mold.
Mold so bad. So I don't use it. I know a lot of keepers do, and that's fine for them, but for me, I can't use it.
Yeah.
With cocoa, I find mold, and then I find even if it's been sterilised, those yellow mushrooms. I don't know what it is with cocoa, but those yellow mushrooms absolutely love the stuff, and they just pop out of nowhere, and you think, what the? This cocoa is supposed to be absolutely.
Do you guys use a drainage layer? Do you guys use like hydraulica and stuff? No.
No.
I've seen it used, right? I've seen the clay balls with the mesh used.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why people do that really, because tarantulas, even terrestrials, will burrow. So
yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Exactly, yeah. There was a big thing not so long ago about the exoterras, and the problem with the exoterras is the wire mesh, and tarantulas can get their feet stuck in that. And when they dig down towards a layer of clay balls, you've obviously got that plastic mesh. Now people think because it goes in loose, it's completely fine, but if you've got clay balls underneath it, substrate on top of it, as that tarantula burrows down, as soon as it hits it, that piece is going to be tight. So I would have thought they're going to have the same situation as if they're going up into metal mesh. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I don't use them with the spiders, just purely because in case it damages them if they dig down. I haven't heard anybody else kind of say that with their spiders, but that was just my thinking behind not using it.
I suppose if you're not misting them as much as say like with frogs and stuff, I mean for us obviously it's quite important that you have that drainage layer because of the amount of water that's in the tank all of the time, and you need to be able to siphon off the excess water. But I'm guessing if you guys aren't spraying them anywhere near as much, you don't end up with really soggy substrate.
Right.
I've got one species of tarantula that will have the bottom layer of its tank is absolutely drenched because they live in Kraken, which is national park. So sort of 60% of the year it's flooded. So my Kraken, her burrow gets flooded weekly. But I've put tiny little holes in the bottom, so you lift it up, put it in the sink, drench it, wait until it's all gone through, soak the sub, and then put it back
that
in.
makes sense. Then you've got a way to drain and get like fresh water through. It's not going stagnant.
Right.
What you see with Kraken, they require deep substrate. You can't just put it in like 6 or 8 inches of substrate because they will burrow. If you put a Kraken in half a meter tall container, it would burrow all the way down.
Oh, really?
That is shadow
okay.
down.
Very deep.
Mine's in the 2 foot tall enclosure, full of substrate, apart from about this much on the top. And she's burrowed all the way down, and then you can see the tunnels going all the way around the sides. And I'm thinking about getting her a bit larger enclosure now.
Yeah, fair dues. Yeah, I don't know. You kind of don't think that things would dig that deep. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
If you can find out somebody that's been and found them in the wild and put a probe down their burrow, it's really surprising how far down the spiders actually go.
Do you think that's because they're using like the geothermal heat to warm themselves up? Is that why they're going so deep? Maybe I just don't know whether conditions are like otherwise, or
Possibly, or it could be the other way. Escape the heat.
yeah,
So in the middle of summer, you've got blazing heat, so it'll get a burrow down to get away from it. And then maybe as the seasons change, they come further up the burrow and then further down. I think with the Kraken, they're just a big spider, which enjoy burrowing, because they're, like I said, their burrows get flooded. So to have such a deep burrow kind of makes zero sense. You'd think they would evolve to be arboreal, but they still burrow down. Happy Ant, thanks mate. Thanks for watching. See you later, mate. Bye bye.
Bye, Happy. Yeah, Bailey says the fossorials dig well deep compared to the setups we have out in nature. That they dig way deeper than what we can offer them. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I think the education out there needs to change, because I've seen fossorials on sort of, maximum 8 inches of substrate, and that's it. And you think, well, hold on a minute, it wants to be a bit deeper than that. But then you've got to be really careful how you word it, especially on a Facebook post.
Yeah.
Because people can take offence if you're telling somebody how to look after a tarantula that they've had for years, and they might have some keeping that you've clocked that's incorrect. It's like, how do you address it? I generally just drop somebody a PM now. Just drop them a DM. Just as I'd expect people, if I did something wrong, to do the same to me. Do you know what I mean? Drop me a DM.
Yeah.
I think that's a much polite way of doing it than going on somebody's post and literally just slating them off like I have seen.
Oh, they do it. They tear people apart. It's like, really? You could do this another way.
Yeah, there's no need for it. There's like I said, there's direct messages which keeps it all off the public eye, keeps it all nice and private, and people can make their adjustment, which I've done before quite a few times. Over here, can more or less only use custom aquaria for tarantula enclosures for some fossorials. Our tarantula room ones go pretty deep, Andrew. Must admit that there's some nice tall ones with tarantula enclosures for the tarantula room.
What about Tropical Factory? They do custom stuff, don't they?
Majek, I don't think he does custom. I think he's just got his set ones now, isn't he?
No, because I messaged him about getting some custom sort of gecko stuff done, because he now does the ones with like the single swing open doors rather than the slide doors. Well, because he was down here in the gap between lockdowns because he came to pick up some frogs, and I was having a chat with him then, and I'm pretty sure that they'll do whatever you want, like whatever spec. As I said, DMS as well. Dale does custom tanks, so he'll do them any size, shape, slide doors, whatever you want. Top openings, side openings. So they're the other two companies I know aside from Custom Aquaria that offer full like customization.
Because Majek from Tropical Factory, he's going more into frogs and coming away from tarantulas now, isn't he?
Yeah, so I don't think he keeps tarantulas anymore. I think he is mainly frogs now, and geckos because he had some babies off me. But yeah, I think he's pretty much in the same camp as me of geckos and frogs. But I know he still obviously deals a lot with people with like tarantulas and inverts and stuff, and a lot of his tanks are more geared towards that, particularly a lot of the smaller ones. But I think they're looking at broadening their range of products.
His tanks are quite cheap as it goes for glass ones as well, aren't they?
They are, yeah. I was really surprised, and they're really, really good quality as well. Like, I think when you look at the cost of what a lot of the Exoterras are, and then you look at any of the companies that are selling sort of like custom build stuff, as I said, the ones that I have bought like privately have not been as expensive as you maybe think. I don't know. They've been pretty good. particularly when you consider how much glass is actually to buy. It's not cheap.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, everybody's
Yeah.
the tarantulas. Everybody's moving to the acrylic, and that's just going to have to be a very slow process for me because it's so expensive.
Acrylic is mega bucks. It's expensive. I was really cool.
It's
But
so,
the good thing is you can send, like, from some of the tanks that I've seen, particularly, I think it's in America and Canada, which tend to be more the acrylic stuff. There's a couple of companies that are building them flat packed so that you can kind of build them at home, and they've got these like little as they sort of slot into each other. So they're all acrylic, but they've got like little tongue and grooves on them, and then you just seal them at home. Or you can get them with like you can convert fish tanks by putting them up on the end, and they just sell a front that you basically silicon in.
right.
Which look quite interesting, but that's just with stuff that's been 3D printed, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I can't find any. Yeah, Bailey said Mantis they do affordable acrylics. I can't find any in the States that is what I would consider affordable. To me, they're all expensive. So that's going to have to be a very slow process. But
Yeah.
they are nice. But most
What are you currently using?
I have glass enclosures and then several critter keepers and then several the plastic storage boxes, that come in. So I have 3 different things I use.
Yeah.
That's a Mantis Den one.
Okay.
That's acrylic. So that comes flat packed.
Yeah.
You can either have the mesh or there's a material that they use.
Yeah.
But then all the sides, they've all got pre-drilled holes. If I can get it short. But if you can see there, where am I?
Oh, I see.
That holds it together. But the only criticism is when you fill it with, when you spray it heavy, it does hammer out the edges. That's
I
the
guess
only
if you
criticism.
like sealed it, if you sort of sealed it before you used it, I guess it would help with that.
Yeah, you could run a bit of silicone up the corners to the depth of the substrate.
Yeah.
What my key?
They're nice little enclosures though.
They are nice. What you got in there, Scott?
Carabiner versicola.
Oh, okay.
Because they like the high humidity, don't they? So with this one, because I find it dries quickly, that means it evaporates quickly. So if I spray it daily at the base, then it just comes up.
Yeah.
Instead of just sitting in the substrate. Moon over Miami said it's because of COVID-19 made prices go up. Possibly, very possibly, mate, very possibly. And probably Brexit as well, I would have thought, trying to get stuff in. In fact,
it's affected me with my supplies.
I went to the work depot today and they were on about parts and stuff like that, which we order in. We've got several deliveries sitting at the docks since just before Christmas because of Brexit. We still haven't been able to get hold of it. And if we don't,
I'm the same. It's like my magnets are taking months to arrive now.
Wow.
And have gone up in price by about 30%. They've really skyrocketed. Yeah.
The only thing Brexit does do is obviously because we're now open to the world. I know the government have been in talks with America, so we can get stuff shipped from America at a lot cheaper price. So hopefully those trade routes will open up more, and we'll be able to get quite a few bits over from America cheaply. Plus, the American shops as well are going to be coming over here, and they don't come by halves. They ship container loads over here, so that's going to help with prices of certain things as well. So maybe there's bits and bobs that we can get from over there and bring them over to here.
Yeah. Said have a Linothelli phalanx is in one of those. Have to be careful with the leaking at the seams. Oh, you're so lucky you have a Linothelli phalanx. And Kyle Brachypelma classy for 60. I can't remember if you're in the States or not. If you're in the States, that's a good price. If you're in the UK, I don't know. I have one
These
Linus
spider names literally mean nothing.
Huh?
I said these spider names literally mean nothing to me. They sound cool, like.
And Alphalax is a black and I'd say almost orangey, reddy striped on its abdomen. True spider, forward facing legs. They've got quite potent venom, and they are heavy webbers, but they are fast as lightning. I mean, you blink and they've gone. Literally that quick.
Sounds lovely.
How then? That's a good price. Okay, you're in Kansas. That's a good price. Yeah, I love all the Linathellis. I love their long spinnerets. They're so cool looking.
Spinnerets on the bums.
Yeah. Well, when you were talking about your frogs and stuff, like I know the white tree frog and the red eye, but other than that, I don't know what the heck you're talking about.
And I'm not even using Latin names for them.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even know the common names of all this.
Yeah.
Those mossy frogs are gorgeous as well.
Yeah.
Oh, they are so cool looking. Yeah.
I'm in the middle of building a big enclosure at the moment because I've got a really big exoterra. And what I'm doing is I'm building a central partition down the middle. So I can have my milk frogs on the one side, mossy frogs on the other. So they'll all look like they're in the same tank, but they obviously can't get access to each other. So I'm splitting it down the middle to make use of the one big tank and have a big show tank with them both in.
That's neat. I like that idea.
Can you keep any like a multi-species communal with the frogs?
Not with those. They will literally eat anything that will fit in their mouths. It's a bit of a taboo subject, kind of keeping multiple things in tanks. I do keep certain things together, but it depends on the size of the tank. And so some of my day geckos, some of my smaller things like my Lacadilius welliamsi or like my Clemeri, those and morning geckos, those I will cohab with frogs, like dart frogs, but they need to be very tall tanks and the temperatures need to be right. So I don't do it with lots of different things, but like morning geckos are fairly okay with most frogs that won't eat them, essentially, like smaller things. But I wouldn't cohab dart frogs with different dart frogs. That I don't do, because they can interbreed, which isn't a good thing. So it's not exactly. It's kind of frowned upon, to be honest.
Kind of like
And it's bizarre that you know they crossbreed snakes to get a certain morph and geckos to get a certain morph. But it's not frowned upon like it is with spiders, with frogs, stuff like that. And it should be, really, shouldn't it?
I think a lot of it is kind of trying to keep them pure, because when you've got frogs that are very similar in, say, patterns. I mean, you have got some things that have been crossbred. I mean, the two max that I keep are like mental colours, and they, I believe, I can't think what has kind of, but yeah, some of the tinks and stuff end up sort of, they can basically crossbreed, and you can end up with some weird and wonderful things. But yeah, you're essentially diluting lines and stuff. So I think as far as that's concerned, I just know it's a no-go situation with mixing species of dart frogs, so I just don't do it.
Right.
Sean says, I think you have answered it earlier on, Finn, but on the lives we get different people coming in through the whole evening.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? So he says, what would you recommend as a best starter frog?
What kind of frog does he want? Do you want a big one or a little one? Do you want one you can handle? Do you want one that looks pretty? Do you want to keep one, or do you want to keep 20 in a tank? Like, how big's your tank? there's lots of different things. I mean, if say we're looking at like dart frogs, phantasmals are a pretty good starter frog. They can be kept in a colony. Pretty simple care. They don't need a huge enclosure. But obviously I would say any dart frog needs to be in a bioactive enclosure. The downside is they breed like rats and they're quite noisy. But then you've got things like the bumblebee, the black and yellow dart frogs. They're pretty good starter frog. Or the blue azuras, they're pretty good. Again, fairly simple care. Or if you look, like I said before, if you're looking for a sort of a bigger frog, white tree frogs, milk frogs, the ones that I had earlier, I absolutely love them. They're a good big frog. They're out and about quite a lot. Again, if you've got a male, they can be a little bit noisy. But they're quite, you can pick them up. I wouldn't recommend handling them all the time, but they are something that you can, that you'll certainly see a lot more and are quite active. But like with anything, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that there are like starter frogs. If you want something, you just adapt what you've got and you make sure that you can provide it the best setup that you can find. Read lots of information, watch YouTube videos, check out care pages, talk to people. Don't buy them from pet shops. Go directly to breeders and ask for their help with getting stuff set up, essentially.
Yeah, that's good.
Michael Taylor says, love Pac-Man frogs, not got one yet. LOL, love the noise they make. Dude, wait till you give one a bath. You literally put it in a bowl of water and then it will literally fart at you. It's fucking hilarious. Ellie!
That's one thing I've not kept. I've not kept Pac-Man. They do look pretty sick though. And the tomato frogs as well.
I love my Pac-Man. He's absolutely cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Ellie.
How are you?
What?
Good.
Every live stream on a Tuesday, I have these two on because they're absolutely excellent.
Yeah.
Brilliant people. I appreciate that. It gives me a few to look into. Thank you, Finn, said Sean. Yo,
Cool.
cold-blooded monsters. Monsters. He says, sup all. Hey, Spider-Man.
Hey, CBM.
Spider Guy says, hi, Ellie.
Hi, Mark. Hi, monsters. Hi, everybody.
I'll say hi because I was talking when you came on.
Hi, dude.
Kyle says, oh, the lovely Welsh lady is here.
What lovely Welsh lady. Can I meet her? Oh, thanks,
Baby's
baby.
Book says, welcome back, Ellie. If you've got your own, I haven't done this all night, so if anybody's got their own YouTube channel, please type me in the comments so we can all subscribe to each other. That would be excellent. Mark the Spider Guy, you never have me on, Scott. I promise you I will do then, Sunshine.
Send him the link.
Jason Lyon. Who's that Jason person, Spider?
I don't know who that is. I don't know.
I'll speak to Mark and we'll organise something, Ellie. I've got something in mind actually.
Thank you, Michael. Oh, that's right. That's my husband. Yeah, I knew it sounded familiar.
Jason's the one that usually walks in and all you can hear in the background of Spider Mums is the dogs barking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's small dogs. That's what it is.
So mine's massive, but she's just a wimp.
What have you got?
It's a Dog de Bordeaux cross Mastiff.
Okay. Yeah,
it's-
chunky.
Yeah, ruins the kitchen.
She was kind of a rescue because my friend bred her, then he sold her, and then this guy brought her back to him. So he bought her off him,
Hi,
and she was just a complete different dog when he brought her back. Skinny, scared of anything that moved, scared of big men wearing hats, and all the rest of it. So we've had her. We've had just over 2 years, nearly 3 years now.
Well, I'm a small man wearing a hat, so yeah.
So you'll be all right.
Yeah, it's fine.
You got a hooch dog start. No, it's not a hooch. Have a look at Dog de Bordeaux cross mastiffs.
They are awesome dogs. They're awesome.
She's a big girl. She's absolutely soft as anything. If somebody knocks the door, she'll howl like she's a flipping Wolverine or something like that. Do you know what I mean? And as soon as the door opens, she's gone.
Oh, we're the opposite. We've got tiny dogs that have got the biggest bark in the world. Like, they will take on anything. They ain't scared of nothing.
No, they're not. They're not.
No.
Huh?
Video. Make sure you wear a green t-shirt.
I don't think he's wearing a green t-shirt today.
It's quite funny just to watch him floating.
Yeah, this is watching the other night. It was just his head. He was wearing a green t-shirt, and all you could see was his head. Like,
Kyle says that's my channel, working on content, but mostly concerts and music interviews. If I ever upload it all,
you should.
Ooh, that sounds quite
Kyle.
good.
You should.
Mark says small dogs are feisty. Yeah.
Oh God, they sure as hell are. Ours take on the world. I can't let people in the house with them without a water pistol to hand because they are just on them. It's the only thing that stops them. I mean, you'd think that, and then you've got this little thing sat here that you wouldn't harm a fly, but they're so loud. Yes. And they've got a really big bark for such a tiny dog, and people come in and they're like, "Oh, is that all you've got?" And it's like, yes, just
I can't deal with them tiny dogs. Tiny dogs are so nasty.
Yes,
they're so what?
They're nasty. You're guaranteed to get bit by a small dog than you are by a big dog.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, mine are soft as shit, but they don't come across that way. They come across as like we are little gits, but they are lovely. But yeah, I think if there was somebody that broke in the house, they would quite happily rip them to shreds.
I don't know, saying that with mine, if you came in with a snake, not a snake, a steak, you would probably end up leaving with the dog. As long as it's food, she'll be happy.
Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna say, Scott, if you want to come visit, we've got rooms that you can bring dogs with, so they're dog friendly.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me. We'll get this lockdown over, and then we'll look at that.
Yeah, they're
look at getting the tattoo done, robbing all your frogs.
Exactly. Yeah. We've got a big family suite that's dog friendly, so yeah, it's all good.
Ooh,
that's awesome.
How big's the family suite?
It's got a super king bed, 2 single beds, and a double sofa bed.
What do you do? Live in a castle?
Honestly, if you search for Lansdowne Guest House Red Roof, you'll see my house, and it does look a bit like Hogwarts. Like shit, you're not.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hang on.
You see now. I like Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Tara and Layla are absolute bonkers Harry Potter fans. What's it called?
It's Lansdowne, Lansdowne, Guest House Red Roof. And it looks like a castle. Yeah, it's the first picture that pops up. In fact, you can see the rooms on there as well. They're all animals. We've got a lemur room that's all decked out, and they've all got all of my artwork we've got on the doors and throughout the whole of the house.
That sounds awesome.
So, oh, hang on. That's it there.
You're wearing it again, aren't you? It's going to do the same thing your other shirt did, honey. Oh, wow. That's gorgeous.
Yeah. So I live in the basement, which isn't quite so.
He's doing it again. Oh my goodness. That is gorgeous.
That's the one.
I've got the chair over here if you want to sit.
You should get some Halloween props that looks like his head's been cut off, or just put some fake blood from here down.
Yeah.
They're brilliant. Or like an axe through his head or something. Be great.
Yes, the head is.
Yam yam. What the
What's a yam yam?
Slightly different to a yow yow, is that right?
Hey guys, now everybody's gonna start expecting Jason to show up in just this head. I don't know if I want to repeat any of those words that Bailey said. I'm not a big cusser, so I don't want to say something bad. So you have any interest in keeping a tarantula at all?
woolly
Who, me?
back.
Yeah.
He says he's a woolly back, which
I
I think
don't
just
know.
means he's got a hairy
Like,
back.
Never
I
come
don't
across
know.
one. Yeah.
maybe.
You should get one, even if it's just one.
Yeah,
What do you want me to do?
I might do. I must admit, I do quite like the jumping spiders. I did
Everybody-
nearly
That's
end up
not
with one of them.
tarantula. That's different
I know,
altogether.
I know it's not, but you know, it's still got 8 legs. Start
That's
somewhere.
right.
If you get a jumping spider, you still got to get a tarantula because they're in 2 different categories.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I think, to be honest, if I was going to get anything outside of the realms of what I've already got, it would probably be a rainbow boa. But it's
You
having
should
the
get
space
yourself
for
a
it.
little versicolor because it starts one way and it changes as it grows.
I think we
Okay.
It's cute.
What sort of life expectancy have you got on those kind
Oh,
of
I didn't
things?
even connect to the computer.
Male,
Yeah.
5 years, females,
Can't do
up
anything.
to about 20.
Okay.
I can't remember off my head.
That
No,
was
I'm just dead guy.
Versicolor,
I think,
about 15.
I think what I'll probably end up doing is when I go up to Donnie is have a look and see what there is and then just get something. I think it's I haven't
What?
been to a reptile show for
It
about
froze
8
up in here.
years, so it would be nice to see some things in the flesh.
Well, I wouldn't just go up to
We're
anyone.
going, Donnie. Can't wait.
Yeah. I got a fucking long drive up there, that's for sure.
Think it'd
I
be
got
about
some
an hour
idea.
from Coventry.
Yeah, I think I'll probably just stay at my mum's halfway.
Can you see
About
one
an
of
hour and a
the
half from here.
so
I think.
tiny?
That's so small.
It's like there, that little like dot in my finger.
Wow.
Morsel battle.
A woolly bag. See, our cuss words are about the same as what they are over there. Ain't nothing special. We say like the words like those.
I'm sure we have some words that could throw them off, honey.
Well, they know what a twat waffle is.
Oh, Jesus. Honey.
We just put an A in it instead of an O in it.
Oh, my goodness. Did you behave yourself?
This is why we all love Jason.
No, do not Google that.
It was the first time he come on a stream with us, wasn't it? He was like, and this is my Glock.
Do what?
Literally, wasn't it? It was like, I got a concealed weapons license.
Yeah. It's not in my shorts right now. I left it in the living room. I was looking for it, but I don't have it on me.
I've got a spud gun. Does that count?
Hey, that's something. He wants one. He wants one.
What, a spud gun?
Yeah, Jason wants one. He said he may still make one. I don't know.
I get 2-inch PVC over here. I can get
Puff guns when we were in school.
I've got
The
a
little,
Sports
like-
Air Pro 2.2 Springer, and then I've got the GAT from, I think it's from the 80s.
a what? A what from the 80s?
Uh-oh. Hello.
I got a
Am
water
I back?
pistol.
You back? You disappeared.
What?
GAT gun.
What's
Oh, cap gun. Oh, okay. I got you.
I got
It's
Nerf
like
guns.
the GAT gun is you got the barrel that sticks out at the end of the barrel, and it's got a spring, so you squish the barrel in, push your pellet in, and then press the button, and the barrel shoots forward and then fires a pellet out.
Oh, shoot. Okay. I ain't never seen
Say
one
that.
like that.
You say it. Bailey said say that.
Well, how do I say it?
I don't know. He said say it. So say it.
Hey, Mike,
Oh, somebody,
where are you from, kidda?
Don't sound right with that accent.
I like the fact somebody's just used the word cockwomble. That is what I affectionately call my girlfriend.
Oh,
I actually got a mug with it on for Christmas.
Oh my gosh. Did you?
Yeah.
That is funny.
Knives are most reliable. I ain't gonna get into that. But, we go thinking with my friends' toys all the time.
Kyle said he's got a 38 special. Michael said, I had a GAT gun once, but shot a cop in the arse, so no longer have it. So I mean, that's what I mean. I've got my GAT gun because it's what we grew up with playing with as kids. Do you know what I mean? And my mate got one because he buys a abandoned storage unit, and he said to me, he said, "What's this?" I was like, "I've been looking for one of those for ages, and I managed to get it off him." So
I got a pellet rifle that you pump. Well, this one's spring loaded. You break it down, and it engages a piston.
Put the two pellets in.
Yeah, this one you do them one at a time. You put a pellet on the inside like a shotgun, and you break it down, and you hear the spring kind of compress, and then you lock it back, and then it'll shoot like 1,100 feet per second. It's almost as fast as a 22 long rifle.
Yeah, we don't get to play with guns over here very much.
No.
we can go to £12. We can go with £12 of pressure, and that's it.
Yeah. I don't know what.
So I'm looking forward. I'm just looking forward to going over to Canada to visit family, and I get to play with guns, so I'm happy.
Oh, you have family in Canada?
Yeah,
yeah.
I've got the Air Arms Pro Force 2.2 Springer. Oh, Russell says, night guys, early start at work tomorrow. Great live as always. Thanks for joining, Russell. See you again, mate.
Bye.
Make sure you're in the subscriber giveaway.
Whereabouts are you in America?
We're in North Carolina, so like the southeast coast.
Yeah, do you know what? I got offered a tattoo job over there for a little while, and I actually turned it down.
Really?
I got offered. Yeah, they wanted me to go over for 3 months, and at the time when I was with my ex-wife, she wasn't really that keen on me going like anywhere for 3 months. But it was a little bit gutting actually because it looked like fun. But I'm meant to be going over to California to go and do some tattoo training actually for scars and nipple tattoos of all things.
Nipple tattoos?
Yeah.
Yeah, for people that have had breast cancer.
Yeah.
So, or like people like myself that have had top surgery done. Like I chose to keep mine, but some people don't. So
yeah, you actually tattoo the nipple so it looks like a real nipple.
Oh,
like if it had a mastectomy,
like areola.
Okay. Yeah. I've seen that done. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah. So there's a woman that specializes, and she's in Huntington. So hopefully, I can get a flight over and come and do some training with her, which would be pretty sick. So yeah, awesome. Fingers crossed. Yes. Essentially, it's just a way that I can put through my tax accounts that I need to pay for a plane ticket to America and have a holiday as well. So, 2 birds, 1 stone.
That's right. Exactly right.
Yeah.
Did you get all your spiders fed, Ellie?
No, I got 15 more to do.
Oh, okay.
You know what happened? I rehoused them. One needed to be rehoused. Then I was feeding, and I had a phone call. Then I was feeding, then I had a phone call. Then I was feeding, then I had a phone call, and then now I got 15 left. And if I carried on feeding, I know another phone call would come, and then I wouldn't make the stream.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, Kyle, they do look real. If you get a good artist, they do look absolutely real.
Yeah, they look. I've got a friend of mine that does it, and it's absolutely amazing. Like, it makes so much difference to people.
Yes, absolutely.
Massive difference.
It makes them not embarrassed, makes them proud, and
Oh yeah, massive confidence boost.
Yes.
Like, I've done quite a lot.
I think he was thinking like actual tattoo on,
On a nipple.
I was thinking like putting like a radio dial, like a big ham radio on somebody's boob or something, and their nipple would be the dial.
I have tattooed a pig's face on a man's nipple. That was fucking awesome.
Oh my
but I've also tattooed there's a guy that was going bald on the top of his head, and the weirdest thing I've ever tattooed was a goat that looked like it was eating the hair on his head. So he's got a goat eating grass. Amazing.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Crazy.
I've seen the hair tattoos. They look pretty cool.
Oh yeah, the ones that people do on their eyebrows and stuff. They'll actually, instead of having they do implants, but I've seen them actually people that like pluck or shave. I don't know. But they'll actually tattoo the hair.
It's like mine. Like
it's
when
like
the tattoo like this
makeup.
bit, so they've got a hairline. Do you know what I mean?
I want to do the
Especially
permanent makeup, but one wrong thing, and you're stuck with it. Like, I want the permanent eyeliner so bad, but or the permanent eyebrows. So I have perfect eyebrows every day.
No, all you have to do is shave them if they're done right.
A great job, though. You do better than me. I don't even do it.
Thank
you. I hardly do mine at all.
I have to, or mine go wild if I don't.
Chloe says a stick figure with a push mower near the pubic area.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend actually had that. It was quite amusing.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
The little mower down there at the pubes.
A mower?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I don't think I've got anything amusing.
I have a purple cow on my arm.
I don't have nothing amusing. I don't know. I mean, mine are just tattoos.
I gotta get this one finished. It's on this side because I was gonna match the same on this side. Then it will go all the way down to my belly button.
Ouch!
It doesn't really hurt though. The problem is it just takes forever because they gotta do all the outlining and the detailing.
Yeah.
Like that one alone took about 4 hours.
Where do you live?
Cardiff.
Oh, okay. My son's up there at uni.
Oh, okay. Which uni?
Is at the one in the centre.
Cardiff uni. Called Cardiff Met.
No, he's at the. Oh my god. Fuck. He's doing media studies, so it's wherever that is. The film media film place.
College of Music and Design.
Yes.
It's like Cardiff, like the architecture building.
Yes, yeah, that's where he is.
Yeah, my daughter wants to go there.
Yeah,
I'm on the opposite side of town.
Yeah, it's real nice. I lived in Swansea for 4 years. That's where I went to uni. So I used to go to Cardiff quite a bit, but never really got past the train station.
To Cardiff for Pride?
Yep.
It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That. Do you know what? That's probably one of my favourite prides to go to there, and Birmingham. Really good.
They closed it down because of COVID. The last 2 years,
Oh yes.
And you got really good gay bars as well in Cardiff.
I've never been to a gay bar. I'll be honest with
Have
you.
you not?
I only go to
You've
Pride.
literally got the nicest ones to go to. Pulse is fantastic. And then if you go to Wow Bar opposite, you've got all the drag queens, and it's just brilliant.
My brother's always in there, but he's trying to get in there. Like Pride is even worse because that's when everybody's in there.
It's rammed, and they have to buy tickets usually.
9 times out of 10, if I'm going out with the girls, and we end up in Nando's, then we end up coming home.
You've got a really good steak place. You've got Steak of the Art, which is just down the road from there, and it's amazing. Their food's stunning.
Yeah, I know, but do you know what it's like when you've got 3 mums out together? We only care about the kids out there, and we can actually hear our own thoughts. Chicken,
dear.
glass of wine, a few hours peace and quiet. We're happy to go back home.
Yeah, I got to skip all that with my stepkids. They were like teenagers when I met their mum, so it was all right.
Well, that's true.
I think if Ellie goes out with the mums, I think it's one of those ones where everybody else leaves town.
Yeah. Couple of wines and
Finn, is your other half a few years older than you by chance?
yep, there is nearly 18 years difference.
Wow.
18
So-
different-
Yeah, she's 51 this year. Yeah,
Oh,
51 this year. Yeah.
Oh,
There's almost 13 between me and Tara.
Yeah. But like when we first started dating, she looked so we've both done this thing where we look a lot younger than we actually are. So people think she's probably like late 30s, early 40s, and I still get spoken to like I'm 12. So they often assume that she's my mum, which is made real fun when I kiss her in the street when they've said that. And the reaction is priceless. I love it. Yeah.
Just
So funny.
she's
Do you
18
play on-
whole days
do you
older
play
than
on-
I am.
Say again.
She's
do you
18.
play
Oh,
on-
yeah.
so-
I'm sorry, it's all blah blah.
Blah. Go ahead.
Go on, Jason.
Oh, me? I thought it was Scott.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to shut up. She is 18 whole days older than I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Never dated a younger man. Tell him.
I don't think I've ever had a younger wife, girlfriend, whatever. No, all of them have been a little older.
Yeah, I've never dated anybody with such an age gap. They've mainly been around my age. I think the oldest was about 10 years difference. So yeah, 18 was a bit of a leap.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the closest to my age that I've ever dated. All of them have been
Yeah.
somewhat older.
Do you know when you said you like the whole mum thing? Do you
Yeah.
play on it if somebody's like looking at you? Do you know what I mean?
Oh, massively. I'm just like, do you know what? If you think that's my mum,
Brilliant.
the best is when I end up having I went to hospital a couple of times and they're like, oh, does your mum want to come in? And I'm like, no. Or when they'll ask, if they've got to ask. I mean, my favorite one was whether they asked. I had to go. They thought I'd got kidney stones, but they had to do like a pee test and check I wasn't pregnant. And I was just like, not unless I'm giving birth to like the second Messiah. And then they kind of look and then they look across, and I'm like, and yeah, it's like immaculate conception, clearly. It's like there's no chance of that from happening ever.
Fuck you, princess now.
But yeah, I just love winding people up. It's just like my favorite thing. We were at a car boot sale a couple of years ago, and Marnie, who's my girlfriend, had gone and bought a pillar drill and had bought it from, like, we were actually doing a car boot, and this woman came over about 15 minutes later and said, oh, your mum forgot to pick up this to go with the drill. And then I was like, oh, I'm not gonna say anything, but you could see her pitch from where we were stood, and this woman was just looking at us like all day. So I just made a point of going very over the top with public displays of affection, and her face could not have been any better. She was just looking absolutely thoroughly disgusted because she thought I was kissing my mum. Brilliant.
Did you not call the other half? Did you not say, Mum, can I have one of these?
occasionally I do for shits and giggles. It's made more. But I'll tell you what it does allow us to do is if we're out with like her daughter and her daughter's partner, because they're like 17, 18. So if we all go out together and they look a bit younger as well, we have got it where I've managed to get in as a child. If we go out together, we'll buy a family ticket, and I'm just like, I'm not going to complain. Or if we're on the train or something and they're like, oh yeah, child's fair, yeah, sure. If it's going to save me money, I'm not going to say no.
Hey, if it works.
Right.
It doesn't. It
I do the same thing.
Yeah.
That is
So
hilarious.
one day I'll grow up. Like, But it does. It does prove problems the other way if, like, we're at the supermarket and I'm with my daughter and we're buying a weekly shop and there happens to be a bottle of wine or something, and then they're wanting to ID both of us, and I'm just like, I'm a stepdad, so she's underage, but here's my ID, and then they look really confused because I look 12. So it's kind of like, that's my wine, not hers. Get off.
Right.
But yeah, we get ID'd like as a family. But it's like, I'm the responsible adult here, not them. So yeah, that tends to happen quite frequently as well.
Yeah, I never had that problem looking that young. I remember going when I was 19 and getting my ex-brother-in-law beer at the store. I had to grow my facial hair. If I was clean shaven, I couldn't do it because they knew I was under 21. But I was 19. I'd go in there when I had my goatee growing out, and they
well, I'm trying.
Yeah.
It takes
I
time.
was about to say, Jason, I suppose you got served when you were 14 because you were probably fucking 10 foot tall with a big beard then.
Yeah, I didn't have a beard. I could barely even grow a goatee then. It was kind of scraggly. The middle was bald, and I had some sprigs growing out from the sides, on the sides of my chin. That was it. All this was just all glossy. When I was 19, I couldn't grow a beard for nothing.
I couldn't grow a full beard until I was 33.
Yeah, I was.
Well, maybe that'll happen for me this year.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
When I could do it, because it
This
stayed
is,
squashed.
this is 10 months. 10 months of hormones. This is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
yeah, still in the teenagers. We'll get there.
Yeah. Grow a goatee and buy a bottle of Mad Dog 2020. Oh God.
Yeah,
Oof.
Bacardi Breezy.
That is some rough stuff.
2020, my God, spent many a time smashed out of a trolley as a kid with 2020 over the park with your mates.
Yeah, ours was Bacardi Breezes.
I remember them Zimas. The first time I ever got drunk was on Zima.
Oh, I loved Zimas. I hate it when they took them away.
Why they take them away?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they weren't selling.
White Lightning
Don't
as
feel
well.
like you have to.
Oh yeah. White Lightning.
Don't feel like you have to answer this one. You can completely ignore it if you want to, mate. But Kyle says, do the hormones give you any weird side effects?
Yeah, well, essentially they put you through puberty. So like my voice, that breaks. That's fun. Anything that anything shit that you go through at boy puberty is pretty much what I'm going through at the moment, whilst simultaneously going through the menopause. So I'm an absolute barrel of laughs.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Hot sweats, hormone swings, hate everybody. Go between wanting to fuck everything and fuck everything up. That's pretty much where my life's at.
That's pretty rough though, but
That sounds like manhood.
it's pretty
Fun.
Right, I am going to go and have a cigarette because I need to top my nicotine levels up because I'm very naughty.
I'm probably going to actually go full stop because I've got a very small dog whining at my door, and everyone else is buggered off to bed, and I haven't actually had any dinner yet. So, Because literally before I came on here, I was picking up some gym equipment, so I've like not stopped since 3 o'clock this afternoon. So I'm gonna probably bust a groove and get some sleep and some food.
So with the gym, not only are you transitioning into a fully fledged man, you're going to transition into an Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'm trying my best. My guns are getting there. No, they're not. They're shit. But yeah, I need some gym equipment. So
the gym's that way.
That way. Yeah, they're really lame. But yeah, I need to get some muscles. I haven't been able to work out because I had surgery back in November, so I haven't actually been anywhere near any kind of weights or cardio or anything since then. And the doctor's given me the go ahead this week, so I'm going to make full use of it.
Okay, good.
Is the hormone treatment?
Yeah.
Is it like a form of steroids?
Yes and no. So that is actually what I use. Oh, hang on. It's Testagel. So let's say
through the skin.
So yeah, it's
Really?
They're not. So years ago they were anabolic steroids. Now they're not. It's essentially I take what you guys would take as cis men if your balls stopped working, essentially, and you weren't having enough testosterone. You would use the same thing. And it's pretty generic. So you can get it as a gel or you can get it as an injection.
I've heard of injections. I didn't know they had gels for that.
Yeah, it's just absorbed into the skin. It looks like you just put it on your shoulders or your abdomen or your thighs. I
figure you rub it on your balls.
Yeah, I haven't got any of those yet. I got to wait a little while for them. That's another operation. I like to think that my metaphorical ones are big enough for now. So
there you go.
Yeah. But
it's been fun having you on. I hope you'll come on his show again.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed it.
It's been lovely. So yeah, it'll be good. Yeah. Hopefully I'll remember to eat next time before I come online. And yeah.
Yeah, I was munching on some stuff before I come in here.
Fynn runs the Level Up Reptiles, don't you, Fynn?
I do indeed.
Find the Facebook page. What's the website address? Both of them.
levelupreptiles.com and fynnillustrates.com. That's FYNN illustrates.com. Which
so if you guys have entered the 2,000 subscriber giveaway, when I showed you the Level Up Reptile stuff, it's all from Fynn.
Yep, that's me.
A big massive thank you for all that. That was absolutely amazing, that is.
Yeah, no sweat. Anytime. And yeah, I'll have to have a chat with you about plants and stuff like offline at some point. And yeah, be awesome. Let me know again, and I will poke my head back on here at some point. Yeah, so I'm gonna go grab food and some sleep. So I will say goodbye to everybody.
Take care of yourself.
You too. Take it easy. Nice to meet you. Thanks, Rats. Bye, guys.
Take care.
Like guinea pigs fart stinks like burnt grass.
No way, just found out that guinea pigs fart. It stinks like burnt grass. Only on Scott's Inverts comments, isn't it? Only Scott's Inverts
really?
Like that.
She was signing off, or he was signing off, and I was looking at the screen there, and so I was trying to concentrate on that and what he was saying, and I'm like, let me grab my phone, let me see if I'm actually reading that right.
I'll just be back in a minute. I want to go and have I'm gonna go and have a cigarette.
Oh, all right.
Ellie, where's your pussies? Where's your pussies tonight?
What? What is pussy? What?
Where's the pussies?
Oh. I've never seen them. The screen's dark. I can't.
They're two little black kitties.
Well, I know background. If they're running around back there, I wouldn't
No,
have seen
usually
it.
they're running around, but they're not tonight.
Right.
I don't know if it's
I'm going to have
green
a
or
look back in the
Laying down,
set.
see what they
Oh, okay. Well, I'm used to watching you in the big screen.
On the TV,
It's a big,
yeah.
huge 80-inch television. And I'm sitting there looking at a 4-inch.
It's not a 4-inch laptop, honey.
Well, the laptop's not 4 inches, but the little inset screen is.
Oh, I was about to say, dang.
It's probably a 14-inch laptop, something like that. But I mean, you got a picture this big, something like that, and then right here in the middle is one small little speck of a screen. That's what I'm looking at.
It'd be okay.
Oh. So how are you guys doing?
Doing good. I gotta do some feeding tonight myself. I think I posted a picture on one of those Facebook groups, but I went last night to feed a couple of them that haven't eaten since they molted. And my Formictibus species, South Hispaniola, I went to offer her food last night, and she just like reared up at me, just like, "Hey, chill out."
Oh, my Formictibus was almost just all over my table. Don't worry. It was like, I want to go on this side. No, I'm going on this side. No, I'm going to hang out the side. No, I'm going to get back inside. And it was just everywhere today.
They're crazy, aren't they?
They're so sweet, though.
I know. I love the Pamphos and the Formictibus. I mean, I love my Nandus, but I think that Pamphos and Formictibus are going to be ones I'm going to want to concentrate on, to be honest.
He usually gets tired to come in and fill in while he's out smoking. I wonder why she's
probably busy with the kids.
Maybe.
Or schoolwork or something.
I just noticed that she's not been coming on today.
She was on earlier, I think, for a little bit.
Yeah, I think she was on for a couple of minutes. There she is.
Yay!
Talking about her.
I think Scott muted you.
Yeah,
You're muted.
Can't
hear you.
Someone finally noticed I was missing.
Yeah.
Yes. How you doing?
I'm all right.
I saw you on there for 2 minutes earlier, and I noticed you weren't there, and I was like, well, where the heck's Tara at?
Sorting the kids out.
Yeah.
I can be a handful.
Ugh,
I had 2
more than a
boys from a
handful.
previous marriage. She had 2 girls from a previous marriage.
Yep.
And one of them lived with us for a little while.
Yeah.
No. Got it.
Oh, here we got it.
Oh, he's back.
Sean, yeah, I have a Formictibus species, Dominican purple. It's still a sling, but I love it.
I don't know what mine is. Mine's Formictibus
Aratus?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Now, does that toddler go to daycare? Or does he stay with y'all?
And the Erichomatus are both stunning spiders.
I improved the look of Scott's channel. I doubt it very much. Look at the state of me.
The baby.
It's alright, I'm in a state too. I've been running around doing stuff. I didn't even prepare. I got one leg halfway up to my knee, the other leg down to my ankles, so don't worry.
I haven't even brushed my hair today.
Oh, same.
Yeah,
I have those days all the time. I do that. Unless I'm going to be on a stream, I don't. I just walk around like
brush
whatever.
mine like 5 times a day already.
He does. He brushes his freaking beard like.
And I do like that right there and lay it all back down.
I brush my hair when I wash it, and then I stick it in a bubble, and it stays there until I wash it again.
I can't stand it when
what I do.
it gets twisted.
Because
And
I just don't get to. I tell you, see if I pick up a hairbrush in this house, it disappears.
it used to in here. I haven't needed a brush or a comb.
I used to use it on his beard. I think he's used his straighteners more times on his beard than I've used them on my own hair.
Yeah, I haven't needed one my whole life until now. Until beard.
Yeah, he's got a beard brush too, Bailey.
Yeah,
and a beard comb.
It's bamboo, and I think it's got a boar hair or something like that. one like this, but it's got thinner, whatever the hell you call them things. It's for finer hair.
Yeah, this is mine. I use a comb because my hair is so thin, but I'm gonna let it grow back out because I always kept it like just up in a bun like all day long, and it just got irritated. Now it's that middle stage where okay, I want it long enough to pull back up again.
Use a load of hair gel. I did.
But my hair on my head.
Well, yeah, I could do that.
I get out of the shower and forget. I always keep it short. I'm getting ready to clip it here soon, but I always just dry with a towel, and I just like that, and it just falls down, and I'm fine. I don't, as short as I usually have my hair, there's no need to brush it until I grew this beard, and I'm paranoid about it getting matted, so I brush the heck out of it all the time.
Hair and horn combs are good for. Oh, Kyle said he brushes his beard constantly. It's calming. Yeah. I'll look across the room and he'll
I'll just be sitting there like this.
And I'm just like, are you kidding me right now?
I'll sit there like that and just see how it stick. I can feel, like it like I'm worried about it getting matted. I can feel it pulling, and I'll just go in there and just.
Have you seen the new straightening combs they do for beards now?
Oh, I've seen those. I haven't bought one yet, but I've seen them. That's what I do about every time I think about it. I just brush my.
Still use my straighteners. Didn't you?
Yep.
I'm just so worried about getting a matted and I can't get it out. I don't know why. I've never had matted hair. I don't know. I just constantly brush it. I've never had a beard before.
And no offense to any of you gentlemen out there who grow beards, but I just don't like beards. And of course, he's growing one. That's just me. I mean, of course, I still love him and everything, but I like feeling skin. You know what I mean? I like to feel skin, not hair.
Yeah, just shape it.
You like it, Rob?
The
beard.
Yeah.
Sandpaper.
No. I like clean shaven. It feels so nice.
I've been clean shaven for 42 years.
Yeah.
Just wanted to start roughing it for once.
I'm going to start roughing it and see what you think about it.
I think it fits me.
I'm going to not do my eyebrows, not put on makeup, not brush my hair. I'm going to rough it and see what you think.
I
ain't going to shave my legs. Boy, this is going to be fun.
You don't like thigh ticklers.
Spider-Man was taking Jason to school.
I'm not trying to throw a woolly worm over here.
Yeah, my hair.
You're going to go tree shaving and look like Lex Luthor.
I don't like beards. I'm sorry, y'all. No offense, though. That's just my personal opinion. But I know most women love beards, but I don't. Sorry. I still love you all. Don't take that the wrong way.
Even letting me grow mine, you buy all the.
I know if you're going to do it, you might as well take care of it. But I prefer you shave.
I like the way it feels. I don't know. I never realized I like it so much.
Well, yeah, there we go. I'll start a 30-day rough it challenge as of right now. No more shaving, no more plucking, no more makeup. Yeah.
Like when
starts today.
Scott would grow that. He liked his stash. He liked to play with it. And I like feeling my beard. I don't know.
I'll be able to braid my armpit hairs and everything.
Oh, you're gonna get dreadlocks. You're gonna put
Spider-Man. Right, Jason's gonna be like that. He's gonna be going. Feels the same.
Yeah. Pulling our armpit hair and then pulling my beard.
Yeah.
Yep. I think mine's thicker.
Yeah, I'm going full Chewbacca. That's right, Kyle. This all started with October. He was getting ready. He was wanted a jump start on No Shave November. So that's what started all this. And it has been going since then.
Well, I messed it up trimming it one time, so I had to cut it back. So it should be way longer than what it is.
Spit your drink out. Yeah. So if I get scary over the next, you think I won't? I will. Think I won't, and I'm gonna see how he likes it.
I can't wait to see.
I'm going to. No more plucking my eyebrows. This is gonna be pretty.
See, I wouldn't win that fight either way. I would take like 6 months before I even grow anything decent.
Sir Scott.
Ken.
What?
Hey, Ken. Ken's a young lad. He watches all the way from the Philippines.
Yeah, that's right. It's
so
the timing's off, so he tries to get in your lives.
Scott, remember when people grew rat tails in the night? Yes, Bailey's plug, the rat tails. Yeah, in England, in the UK, in the 90s, we had this thing going around, a little fashion craze, where people would literally grow a little rat tail at the base of the skull. Literally just grow that one piece long. I never did. I just thought, what the fuck?
I never did either. I knew a guy who grew a rat. We were it was after school and all that, and
that was ridiculous.
I was learning electrical work, and we were on a job, and he kept growing a rat tail and get longer and longer. And I didn't see the dude for a couple of years, and I run into him again, and he went and turned that little rat tail into a freaking full mullet. The whole back of his head was he keep it short here, and then the whole back was grown long.
What is it with the mullets over in the USA?
I don't know.
They're coming back in style too. They're coming back. I'm telling you. I don't get it. They are. They're coming back in style. I'm like, okay.
It's a bit like the twat knots here, as I call them.
My brother has one. I don't know.
Where they grow there and tie it up in a bun.
Hi, James.
Hey, James.
I seen a guy with one of those man bun things on his head today. He had it here. But then here was all bald. I was like, what? Just shave it. Hey, James.
Yes. What are bangs? Well, I don't bangs like if you have your hair and you like cut and you have it here like hair covering your forehead, you know. I don't.
Like a
when you cut it in a straight line above your eyebrow.
Yeah, we call it a fringe. Now they call it bangs.
Oh, okay.
They call it what?
Oh, the man buns, yeah.
Yeah, I don't get the man buns. I wouldn't be caught dead wearing one. I have a man beard bun. I'm gonna get it on a little scrunchy and stick my beard in it and tie it up in a ball.
My hair was down here somewhere at one point. I never had the top knot. And then what else did I have?
Yeah,
I used to have it balled up to here with the ponytail on top, and then they used to spike the hair that come out the back of the head into spikes. That was cool.
I can't imagine you like that.
What?
Well, he just said what he used to do. Hey, Gary.
Hi, dude.
Hey, Gary, you all right, mate? A-Step. Who remembers them? A-Step.
Like Sonic, yeah.
Definitely. On it like Sonic. Mohawks are still cool. That's actually, I went to the hairdressers the other day, and that's what I wanted to. I was going to go and get the mohawk done again, like I had about 2 years ago, but ended up just having it like that. Oh, the step haircuts. Yeah, I got you.
How long was your mohawk?
Oh, it's only like that, literally. I never had it any longer.
Did you put hair gel in your hair and make it stick up and everything?
No, it weren't long enough. It was literally like that, literally about half inch.
Oh,
did tell you I'd do it for him instead of going to pay for it to get done. Didn't I?
Yeah.
Have you still got barbers?
What?
It was a friend that, you know. I was looking a right mess, and I seen the hairdresser, and he says, "I'm still cutting a few people's hairs." So he lives a couple of doors away.
So you went for a sly one, yeah?
No, I went for a sly one. He wore a mask. I wore a mask. He wore gloves. That's how we did it. Elvis Presley's sideburns. Oh God! Can you imagine that?
I think.
Yeah,
he's already got them.
I'm nearly there.
I guess I could if I shaved all up down here up to that point.
Ow, every time you move, you squeeze my thigh.
Over.
Gosh.
I didn't know it was digging into you. I was wondering what you... Well, I'll stay back here.
No pause. No pause on the channel, thanks.
He's in the rocking chair, so every time he moves, it like squishes my thigh in between the two chairs. You slide your butt over.
Oh.
My butt was here first.
Yeah. 13 days before yours.
I can't really argue with that. I suppose me and Tara are the youngest here.
Oh, bull cuss. Oh, gosh.
I knew a guy who wore one of them all the damn time.
Yeah.
He had thick hair, too. I mean, it looked just like you, damn. Took a razor, scissors, and just cut it perfectly around a damn bowl.
We need to get fold-up chairs right here. These take up too much room. You think?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
I think you need to slide this further down that way to where we got more room.
I'm already on the edge.
Edge of what?
I'm on the edge.
I'll be bleeding down.
I'm always on the edge.
I already fell off.
Fucking jumped off. I don't know about fell off.
Come on.
Who knows what a whack is? No,
Whack.
I have, yeah.
Never heard of a whack cut. Then you just whack your hair off
Maybe.
with a weed whacker.
Maybe.
You just comb it all out to where you look like daggone. What's his name on that cartoon? What's that with the blue hair? It looks like Albert Einstein or whatever. And you just take a weed whacker and just is that a whack cut?
I don't know what it is.
Maybe they'll inform us.
Maybe.
I think Scott's Googling it.
Trying to remember the name of that cartoon I'm thinking of. He's got blue hair. It's on TV all day on time, and it's kind of his hair's pointy like Homer or Bart Simpson, but it's.
Are you talking about like the dude on like Rick and Morty?
Rick and Morty. That's
Yeah.
it. That guy.
Yeah. Yeah, Morty. There. Yeah, Kyle got it. Oh, if you cut your own hair and mess it up.
Well, heck, that's me all the time.
I've done that before.
That's Bailey's book blog in 1998.
Oh my goodness. Handsome.
I can't see because I can't lean forward.
You can lean forward as long as I scoot over. Just don't do it when I'm leaning forward.
Oh, yeah. I see him. In 1990, what?
Hey.
It almost looks like a 1950s hairstyle.
I was only 7 then.
I was only 7 then.
94. I may have been 14. 15?
1998.
98. Hell, I was 20.
Yeah.
20.
Yep. I was 20. I was 20.
Don't Kim Jong Un, South Korea leader, he cuts his own hair, doesn't he?
Probably. It looks like it.
He is a fucking character, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I've heard rumors that he was dead, but I don't.
That's been rumored a couple of times, but he shows up alive later.
He ain't dead. See, like North Korea, you never know what's going on there, do you? Because they're so cut off from the rest of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Never been to Asia. It wouldn't be bad to. I'd like to travel to that side of the world somewhere. I'd want to go to Europe first, UK or any of that, all that.
It's just cold and wet here.
I don't know about Russia. I don't know if I'd want to. I don't think I would trust crossing their borders.
I wouldn't go Russia. Too prejudiced.
Yeah.
You can see so much in Russia. Like, Russia's nice.
Yeah.
You
Some
can go
beautiful
from
architecture there, too.
Like, pure nature with no people even touch them. And
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
But also the areas with a beautiful old architecture.
That's a
see,
big
I just like the people. I like when they try and talk English and they sound like they want to kill people.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to definitely go to Europe. And see London, Big Ben, and all that stuff like that. Any of those countries, all up and down through there, and
Big Ben, Parliament.
Yeah.
Big Ben, Parliament.
That's not in Europe anymore.
Like on National
I can't
Lampoon's.
turn left.
Yeah, when he gets stuck in the traffic circle on the National Lampoon's European Vacation. Like 3 hours later, he's still in the traffic circle. Yeah, I want to go there too. My papa went there like annually, and there was something about it that he loved, so I want to go.
As long as, like, if you come over and hire a car, you remember we drive on the left and don't run any motorbikers over.
Yeah.
That'd be the hard part, is remembering to drive on the left. I've been driving on the right. I mean, it just seems bad driving on the left. I don't know. I guess y'all probably think the same thing about us driving on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense to drive on the left.
The only people that drive on the left here, the mail carriers, because the mailboxes are always on the right hand side of the road, and so they can reach over and get to the mailboxes. They'll have the driver thing on the right side. Those are the only people that have cars like that.
If we do ever come over there, it's going to be during the BTS though, because I'm not going to miss that.
BTS.
Yeah.
July the 18th, I think, BTS.
I don't know what it would cost.
At the moment.
We looked it up before.
We'll have to rent us a paddle boat, and we'll just boat
I haven't even planned to go to BTS. What's my luck? I'll plan to do something and we'll end up in another lockdown.
It depends what the situation is like. Yeah, if it's still,
At least just jinxed it.
if there's not many, if the vaccinations aren't enforced, let's say, then I'm not putting myself at risk.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say right now it's probably impossible to travel anywhere outside.
If I put myself at risk, then that doubles. It puts these guys at risk as well, doesn't it? So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it just depends on the old COVID situation. I know our death rates have now halved.
So the cases.
Yeah, ours have gone
we-
down a lot too.
And as for other deaths unrelated from COVID, it's fallen drastically compared to like a normal year. So like car crashes and stuff like that.
Right.
Which is incredible.
Because everybody's stuck at home.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, I mean, it's not just that. I mean, you can't go out driving like an arsehole because at night time, because the police aren't in town because the pubs are shut. So the police can drive around now and observe what's going on and act accordingly.
Yeah, but Scott, you're out on the road quite often. Like since I've been out on the road now this week and last week with my kids going back to school, well, one of them anyway, I find there's more idiots on the road now than there was before.
No, nowhere near. Like, I mean, I'm driving. I'm out and about all day doing the mobile engineer shit. The roads are literally so quiet compared to what they normally are when we ain't got COVID. It's unreal. Before COVID, I'd be in somewhere thinking, "Fucking hell, it's 4:30. It's going to be 5:30 by the time I get home," and now it's like 10 to 10 to 5 by, and I'm in home. It's 20 minutes instead of an hour.
Because traffic coming on from school and going back to school in the mornings here is just as bad as what it would be if normal.
So that's not too bad for me because I'll start work at 8 o'clock, so I kind of just miss that school traffic, and then I don't finish till about 4:30 anyway, so I miss it in the afternoon too. But generally speaking, when the schools are back at school, when they're open, traffic through the day seems to increase as well. I think it's because people drop the kids off and then go do the shopping and then do this and then do that.
Yeah. Schools are still mostly closed here. A lot of in-home learning.
The roads always go quiet around the summer holidays as well, I think.
Pardon?
But I don't miss going to work and there not being any school buses. I love that. No school buses on the way to work. I have to leave at a certain time or I'd get caught behind about 2 or 3 of the dang things on the way to work. And it's annoying because they don't go above like 30 miles an hour. I think that'd be like, I don't know if it's 45 or 55 kilometers. I can't remember what the speedometer says, but 35 miles an hour. Huh?
The only thing that does my head in Coventry at the moment is the taxis because they drive so slow and they will go in the outside lane, the fast lane, still driving dead slow and they don't care. And I'm like, well, I've got somewhere to be. I've got a job to do. Move out the fucking way, you arsehole.
Yeah, it makes you want to bumper check them.
Brake check.
If it was legal to dang bump somebody out of the way, I'd do it all day long. I'd freaking put them in the ditch in a heartbeat.
Brake checks have been done a few times.
I've done brake checks a couple of times. I hate to admit it, but I have. I'm like, come on, really? I noticed people are just meaner in general now out in public. People are mean now.
Impatient.
I guess they've been stuck inside so long, they're just mean. It's like, ugh. I don't know.
I get fed up with like social distancing by stepping into the road so somebody can walk past and then not even getting a thank you out of them.
Right.
It happened today. I just looked at him and you fucking ignorant cunt. And he didn't even batter an eyelid to that, just carried on walking. It really, really annoys me. It's like, it doesn't take much just to say thanks.
I just get annoyed with the cars and lorries and end up shouting at everyone.
Has Coventry got those orange scooters about? We have them everywhere. No?
Orange scooters?
No, we've got... They drive those little scooter Sedgway things. There's quite a few of them. Electric scooters.
You
but the Sedgways.
Battery operated scooters going around by you then, no? Them electric
we've got loads of them. Yeah.
Parents
they've all got lights on the front, but they've not got lights on the back. But they think they can drive them around in the dark. It's like, you're dressed in black, your scooter's black. How am I supposed to see you if I'm driving?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, if I run you over, I'm the one that's going to be looking at a prison sentence.
I refuse to give my kids stuff like that. They want to go outside.
Walls and reflectors and stuff on the bikes now. Actually, motorbikes have to have lights on them here. I don't know what kind of laws they have on bikes there, but
if you've got a motorbike, if it's got no lights on it, then you have to have a brake light and indicators on any vehicle. But if it's got no front light or rear light, then you can only drive it in daylight. You can't drive it at night time.
Yeah.
Same with cars as well, but they're far and few between.
I don't think you can even get an inspection on a car with no brake lights or headlights here. It wouldn't be allowed on the road at
You
all.
have to have brake lights and indicators regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think bicycles can have reflectors. That's about it. I don't think they're required to have lights. They just got to be reflectors. You got to have a front reflector, a rear reflector, and then there's reflectors on the pedals, and you can actually see them moving up and down as they pedal.
Oh, Michael says they're all over the place. Yes, the electric ones, they are operated with 20p pieces. Yeah, I know what. Yeah, I've seen them in Milton Keynes on an industrial estate once.
They had them in town at one
And then
point.
that was it. I didn't see them in town.
Yeah, they had them in town at one point, and then they got sick of them because people were trying to nick them, so they took them away again.
I've seen them just dumped all over the shop around this industrial estate down Milton Keynes. Like, not put back where they were taken from, stuff like that.
Bothering you?
We had a smallie one.
So you
But I've not.
afford?
That's about it.
Keep it from I can still be in school.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Bailey.
That's when it
It is.
Bailey's back. Hi, Bailey.
Yeah, a lot of the walls ain't all that different from here to there.
No, probably a lot the same.
Yeah. A lot of them are really common sense, I guess.
They are.
Layla.
I noticed a lot of people use e-cigarettes down there, over there. Now that more on the like YouTube and stuff, everybody I see just about in the UK
Yeah.
is vaping. Not even in the UK.
Accessory now.
Yeah, YouTube is fashion accessories, isn't it? Where they just go every 2
Fashion
seconds.
accessories everywhere. Even the non-smokers buy them just to look cool.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, that's possible too. I
People
see
with all the
Bye, Lincoln.
Bye, Lincoln.
Bye, Lincoln.
Yeah, they've had a lot of big stink about the vaping over here. Everybody,
Yeah.
for a while, it was safer than smoking. Then I guess the tobacco companies started trying to fire back with ads saying that it's worse than smoking, and that all these people dying from buying THC cartomizers that are homemade and like tainted with.
I don't vape. I tried vaping. It made me ill. I didn't bother continuing vaping. I quit for about 8 months, and then I was smoking again.
It got me off of 18 years of smoking. Vaping did. And now I'm down to 0 nicotine, and every once in a while I'll vape just for the flavor. But that constant, that movement I need from that's gone now. But vaping got me to quit smoking. I got tired of waking up every morning, couldn't breathe. And I know it's hard. It's hard.
See, it wasn't hard for me to quit smoking because I quit smoking. I didn't vape. I didn't do anything for about 8 months. And even if people smoked around me, it didn't really bother me. I think for me, the only part of smoking that bothers me is force of habit. Like I roll them. So it's like I roll it and then I go,
Right.
oh, what am I doing with my hands? It's like that.
Yeah.
And keeps me busy. So. But if I get busy, like throughout the day, if I'm doing something, I barely smoke anything at all. It's when I'm not doing a whole lot that I smoke a lot.
Yeah. I smoke more, I vape more and all that. Like I'm sitting here talking to you guys, and my hands aren't busy, so I constantly catch myself wanting to vape.
Yeah, Bailey, one of my favorite flavors when I first went to vaping, it was whiskey and tobacco flavor. I think it was called like Morning
Ritual.
Morning Ritual.
I'm the one that bought that.
Yeah, see, I have asthma too, and that wasn't helping. I pretty much had to because I'd need my inhaler 2 or 3 times a day. So, but do whatever floats your boat. I'm not gonna give anybody grief about what they do. But the vaping did help me quit, for sure.
It helped me quit too. I was a 2 pack a day smoker for 20 years. It was a hard transition, but every time I wanted a cigarette, I just kept toking on the dang vape, and eventually I didn't.
Well, vapes have come a long way since they first started. So
I've been on vapes a few times. I think I've got to get back on it. Really, could do with getting a couple more batteries.
what is that?
All vape machines exploding. Yeah, it's people that are.
That's user error.
Well, they're building these homemade things, and they're like their own atomizers, and you have a battery. It's only good for 25 or like say 20 amps, and the lower resistance coil that you put on there, the more hotter it's going to get, and the more amps it draws from the battery. So you build this one that's like 0.06, which draws like 45, 50 amps. So, I'd have to do the math on Ohm's law, but you're overloading the battery. So it's like you sticking, I don't know, a big 50 horsepower motor on your car battery and expect it to turn on. That car battery is going to explode. I mean, it's people going beyond the
people not knowing people not knowing how to build correctly, basically.
Yeah. You gotta, there's
a lot of the early ones, the stuff brought over from China when it first came out. Yeah, when it was big, probably 7 or 8 years ago now. I heard quite a lot of sort of exploding and all the rest of it, but I think like you've been saying, I think they've come a long, long way now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really sad, Moon. I know it's.
What?
I'm gonna have to go bed in a minute, guys. I got school run in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna hop off here anyway. I still have to run to the store.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut my hair here in a minute. I'm tired of this hair on my head touches my ears. It starts to annoy me. I'm getting ready to have a haircut like Scott there.
Mine keeps getting in my eyes.
Let Christine do it. I'm sure she will give you a perfectly fine trim.
Oh, she does it. Sometimes I go in there and do it. Oh, you're talking about cutting my beard off.
Or I could accidentally pick the wrong size, the wrong size guard.
Well, you're not going to be getting that low on my face.
Just shave some things in the back of his head.
Yeah. Just shave twat waffle on the back of his head.
Remember when you wrote that on my belly in lipstick?
Yeah.
You wrote twat waffle on her belly with lipstick?
That's funny.
There's photos somewhere, isn't there?
On my phone. That's when you and Layla attacked me with my makeup.
Yeah.
I look like a clown.
Like we're gonna go to because I'm getting tired, but I still have to run to the store. But no, do not Google that, people. Seriously,
Google blue waffle.
Don't do that. My daughters did that to me, and I still have not recovered from that. They did that to me years ago. And I'm like, why would you do that to me, you evil little youngins? Scott's gonna Google it, ain't he?
I don't even remember what the hell it is. I know it's something gross. I know what it involves, but I can't remember exactly what it is.
A fictional sexually transmitted disease that is said only to affect females. Waffle is a slang term for vagina, and blue refers to one of the.
He's gonna show it, really?
He's gonna
Oh, I can't see it. That screen's too small.
They may have changed it up since it was a
The
big
pictures
thing.
I saw, they were graphic.
Yeah.
No, there's a chickens waffle that's been painted blue.
A what?
And that's it.
A waffle that's been painted blue. They may have changed it.
Or the U.S. version might be different than the U.K. version.
I don't know. They may have changed it since it was a big thing. Yeah. Yeah, they've changed it. Oh.
Put blue waffle.
No, that's just they've changed it so it doesn't come up like that anymore.
Damn Google. We're going to go
Night,
talk to Scott
Bailey.
Bezos.
See you later, Bailey. See you later, Andrew.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, good night, Bailey.
Yeah, I'm gonna ditch y'all too. Bye.
Night, Ellie.
Good night. See you Thursday, if not sooner.
Bye, Tara.
Night, Lee.
Bye, Christine. Bye,
Bye.
Jason.
Good night, John Boy.
See you later.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
Oh, yeah, it was a great show tonight, Scott.
Oh, I
He
got
did
it.
well,
Really?
didn't he?
Yeah, he did really, really good. Very interesting. It's not,
Level reptiles. Awesome guy.
I got to refill my juice. It's empty. Oh, there it is. That's fine.
what was that one frog that he had? They said was just a green blob.
That was the mossy frog.
This. Oh, I thought it was another one. Okay,
The red eyes
maybe.
look like little slugs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Red
them
eye
frogs.
tree frog.
I didn't know that they were
Awesome.
noisy.
Well, listen at
Are
the
they?
frogs out of the pond.
Well, yeah, those frogs are noisy, but I didn't think the dark frogs were going to be like that. You said the males can be noisy.
To the kettle.
Yeah. Our northern frogs from Northern America, actually, as it goes, they call when the kettle's boiling.
Ah,
Quite a lot.
that's funny.
Y'all got frogs there?
Yeah.
Y'all
Got
have
frogs
pet
in the UK.
No, I mean the pet frogs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got the northern frogs. We've got burrowing frogs. We've got the southern toad, firebelly toad, cane toad, Pac-Man frog.
You ever seen a
And
horny
the
toad?
salamander as well.
You ever seen the horn
Sorry?
toad? A horny toad.
Horny toad.
Cane toad.
No, have you seen a horny toad?
No, not yet.
It's a dang a regular toad. He's got a little horn, like kind of like a bearded dragon's got horns around his neck or side and all. It's like that all over his back. Some crazy looking little boogers.
Oh, I love bullfrogs. They're cool.
Yeah, we got bullfrogs and toads all around here. That might be what he's talking about, the southern whatever toad. That might be the same one that we have here. Out in the
The southern
backyard.
toad is from the USA.
Okay, so that's probably the same kind that's in our backyard.
Yeah. It
Yeah, I would've
is.
thought so.
He's got it on one of his videos.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
same kind we got.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got it on more than one video, but the last video, yeah, it looks just like the ones we can find out
I used to
back.
catch them and hold them all the time when I was a kid. I ain't never had one as a pet. I don't think.
Now, do you buy them as tadpoles, or do you buy them already? You do buy them as tadpoles? Okay.
Bought it as a toad, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to. You go out there after it rains and all that stuff, like our carport. If you were to move a tire or probably the grill, if you move it and roll it, one's probably liable to jump out from underneath it.
Yeah, I've seen the bullfrog tadpoles. They are huge.
And we got a pond, right, or not a pond, but a river, a creek right down the road. And between toads, frogs, and daggone turtles, there's also from here because this is like a watershed, and we're uphill from it. And I mean, it's less than 100. Well, it might be 100, 150 yards down the yard.
Mm-hmm.
The water runoff and all that, they travel from here down to there. We've caught snapping turtles and everything out there. So we have all sorts of amphibians around here.
Yeah,
geckos, blue-tailed skinks. All those things are rampant around here.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Them skinks will bite the fire out of you, too.
I caught one time, and I was like, oh, cool, look at this thing. And all of a sudden, I'm like, you son of a bitch. And I sling them off my damn hand. Little hanging off my damn end of my finger. That little bastard hurt.
They'll bite the fire out of you. They will.
Little mouth on that thing. And he's got some chompers. I let him go after that. I
haven't picked up one since then. Have you?
Damn thing hurt.
Moon over Mary says we've got to go because the internet at work sucks. Thanks for joining, Moon.
Thanks, Moon. Moon is awesome. Moon is, I want
to know how Moon has a full-time job and yet he's able to watch and comment on his minutes. I wonder if he watches videos while he's at work.
Moon's literally everywhere. Moon really keeps up with everybody.
I mean, I ain't knocking. I'm just curious at how you do it. I'm commending you.
Yeah.
Going to go internet at work sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, ours at our plant does too. The Wi-Fi there, it's crap.
They do that on purpose so you stay off your phone, I think.
I think they do too.
Probably.
Not many people have the password to our Wi-Fi, but when you're on it, it don't do for nothing. Wi-Fi here's great for the most part. Every now and then you'll have like a little hiccup in it, but 97, 98% of the time, ours does pretty good.
Yeah.
There's the
this one ain't too bad. Every now and again it fucks up and it pisses me off, but not too bad generally speaking.
No, I mean y'all. Every time y'all been on here, other than that one issue that day, even we had problems that day too. It was something weird. It may have been a YouTube thing, or
no, it was when we had the ladies' night. It was the phone.
Yeah, he had problems and we had problems.
Oh God, that piddled me off that.
But any other time, I mean, like you haven't had a single hiccup tonight.
Don't say anything.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna jinx.
Knock on wood.
You know what'll happen?
Barking
lizards are cool. Not sure what the scientific name is, says Michael. Oh, okay. Night, guys. Got to take a walk and head to bed. Attempt to sleep. No, take care, mate.
Night, Kyle. We're gonna have to go. Yeah, we're gonna have to go.
Midnight down there.
It's it's midnight, 12:15 down there right now.
Yeah, 7 p.m. here. 1900 hours.
But
yeah, I think we're gonna disappear now as well.
Yep. If we catch you on another live stream down the road, or I don't know if Cracks is gonna have another one or what. But.
Cracks will be on Friday. Be tuning in to Cracks on Friday. I might do on Saturday afternoon, depending on what goes on.
We'll jump in there with you for sure.
All right. Thanks, y'all. It's been fun as always.
Cheers, Sean. See everybody later. Thank you so much for joining.
Bye.
Bye.
So.